just hated Joe Biden because they thought he is being so obnoxious. But the Democrats, if you look at the polling, they loved it. It was like, finally, our candidate is compos mentis, and he wasn't a week ago. And then
the next presidential debates, of course, President Obama did better. Yeah.
And then the last presidential election that I think where it was decisive was 2016. Mike Pence, a former radio talk show host, was always on message. And when he debated Hillary Clinton's running mate, who you may have forgotten was a senator named Tim Kaine.
Another Tim.
Another Tim, yes. But in that case, Pence did a great job of sort of focusing people on the issues, focusing people on the Republican policies that Donald Trump was going to pursue, or that Pence said he was going to pursue, and making a big appeal, I think, to sort of Republicans who were skeptical of this new guy, Donald Trump, that he was going to be okay. And I think that transformed that election as well.
Okay. All of these elections you speak of, those debates were followed by another presidential debate. We don't look like we may not have that again. This might be it.
This might be, yes. And so the winner tonight may be the sort of last impression that many voters get of the ticket of the Democratic and Republican tickets. And so this is really important. And I would imagine you have two people who have not debated on a national stage before, who are very nervous this morning.
Do you think if one of them is considered a clear winner, it will lead to a presidential debate? Or do you think former President Trump is going to stay firm and not debate again?
I think it depends on who wins.
Okay.
I think that if Donald Trump feels he needs the debate, he will debate again. I don't, and even if Kamala Harris is desperate for a debate, it doesn't matter because Trump has already said no. So who knows?
Well, we'll see if the debate tonight sets the stage for another Trump-Harris showdown. We will find out. Arnon Mishkin, director of the Fox News Decision Desk, 5 weeks before the election, the big debate tonight. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, Dave.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-907-8429. 888-907-8429. That's 888-907-8429.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of two, and a grandmother of two. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guided Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtua Health.
Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I thank them for keeping me alive.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
And Virtua is one of the best centers in the country for minimally invasive orthopedic surgery.
I had the hip replacement of the future. I'm back, baby.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Longing for thick, healthy, gorgeous hair? Say goodbye to shedding thin and dull hair and say hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume from New Nordic.
Calling on Levittown.
Hello there.
To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jimmy Fallon. Kamala came out with the Spanish accent yesterday too, trying to rock a little AOC. So I'm waiting for her to do an Italian accent and come out there and be like, "Hey, yo, not for nothing, but the price of gabagool is too much."
Oh, that's funny. Depends where she's campaigning. Like if they do a Staten Island rally, you're gonna see that. You know how the old Italian men make up words? Like, hey, did you get a little botchka to go? Huh? You get a little scabba to go? That's gonna be Kamala.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. These days, everything in Philly costs more. But a single line at Verizon doesn't. Get one line for as low as $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while coffee is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. And dinner for two has gotten pricey. Verizon, less pricey. Logan Square rent, that's not coming down anytime soon. But Verizon, down. One line for just $50 a month. Limited edition sneakers, through the roof. One line from Verizon, through the floor. That designer golden Doodle, so much more, but Verizon, a fair bit less. Even a good old tried and true hamburger will cost you more. But with Verizon, the same tried and true service is now just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome, with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Point is, in a world that is always costing more, you can get more for less right now at a Philly Verizon store.
$15 promo credits applied over 36 months with the new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Mystic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Simplify your banking when you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account that gives you easy access to your money for everyday spending while earning as high as 2.0% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth checking account. And watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Another record day on Wall Street Monday. The Dow wasn't up a lot, just 17 points. But that was enough to establish the 33rd record close of the year as the Dow closed at more than 42,347. The S&P 500 up 24 for its 43rd record close, and the NASDAQ up 70. The Dow up over 3,200 points in the third quarter, the S&P 500 up 302, and the NASDAQ up more than 456 over the last 3 months. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said at a conference in Nashville the central bank is in no hurry to implement further interest rate cuts, but his overall message was quite positive.
Our economy is strong overall and has made significant progress over the past 2 years toward achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices.
Powell says he sees 2 more rate cuts totaling 50 basis points this year if the economy performs as expected. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Millions have been impacted by Hurricane Helene in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, and North Carolina. Downed trees, washed out roads, power outages, dozens have been killed. Hundreds were still unaccounted for, especially in parts of western North Carolina. Winston Parish at Trinity Baptist Church said over the weekend in a Buncombe County Emergency Services conference in North Carolina.
You heard from Assistant Director Cole, this is a biblical disaster, a biblical proportion. It is a catastrophic event.
in the city of Asheville, the water system is out. Officials say it will require extensive repairs. The mayor there, Esther Mannheim, told Fox News on Monday.
We are in need of everything: water, power, communications, you name it, food, resources for folks. It is a dire situation. We are still in an active crisis situation.
Now, the Red Cross had opened shelters if you could get to one of them. Hundreds of National Guards members were deployed, engaged in search and rescue, but also dispatching FEMA aid. FEMA said food, water, and Starlink satellites were being sent out. President Biden said from the White House Monday that as for those who remain unaccounted for,
God willing, they're alive, but there's no way to contact them again because of the lack of cell phone coverage.
He said the head of FEMA was on the ground and would stay in Asheville for the foreseeable future.
I want them to know we're not leaving until the job is done.
President Biden is expected to head to North Carolina himself tomorrow and will get an aerial tour of the Asheville area. Former President Trump traveled to an area of Georgia Monday, which had been impacted by the storm, and said despite the election, now was not the time for politics.
And that's why today I've come to Valdosta with large semi-trucks, many of them, filled with relief aid and a tanker truck filled up with gasoline. We have a couple of the big tanker trucks filled up with gasoline.
A Homeland Security official said from the White House Monday that as many as 600 people may have been killed in this storm.
We have a stick crane set up in the yard of a house that had a tree fall on it.
Andrew Jones owns Next Generation Tree Service in Hamptonville, North Carolina.
And we also have a mini skid and a full-size skid, and we're setting up to take the crane and pull the tree off of the house in pieces and set it down and process it and get it out of here. These people, unfortunately, had a fairly large tree land on top of their house, and it also covered their deck.
So you had to drive to this location in the Glade Valley area, as you said, close to Roaring River. On your drive, what all did you see?
We've seen lots of fallen trees across the roadway. They're starting to get most of them cut out, and then there were a few other trees on homes. There's lots of crews out working, and so there's a lot going on. There was definitely a lot of damage, and I think it hit a lot worse than anyone expected it to in our areas.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you're getting phone calls. People are reaching you. What else are they telling you? And what are they telling you about what they've seen or witnessed or what they've experienced?
A lot of it is people that have never experienced something like this, and I do a lot of door knocking as well. Like if we're in the area and I see someone else that's been affected by this, we'll go knock on their door and try to help them as well. And a lot of it is people that's just like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. We didn't know what to do, and just kind of give us the reins and say, do what you need to do and take care of it. And they're just thankful that there's companies like us that are able to just say, okay, you step back and we'll handle it from here. And it's just kind of affected a lot of families they're worried their houses are going to get rained on when the rain comes back through. And so we're trying to get everything taken care of.
Yeah, other than like tree damage, are people where you've been experiencing other kinds of damage, or is it more fear of the possibility of damage given all the rain?
It's really both. We've experienced a lot of washouts and whatnot, especially up in Boone. We actually went at 9 p.m. to clear a driveway so that a nice couple could get out to get groceries, and unfortunately it got a whole lot worse just in the process of us clearing the driveway. When we came back out, the main road was almost gone, and so we recommended them to stay put. But it's definitely a lot of fears of just not being, like you kind of asked, they're really worried about not being able to get in and out.
I saw videos of people on their rooftops, like at the worst part of the storm. I'm sure you probably saw them too. And around them, their neighborhood had sort of like just turned into a river. I mean, knowing that dozens of people have died and hundreds more right now are unaccounted for just in North Carolina. I mean, have you seen anything like this before?
I've been chasing storms for about 4 or 5 years, and this is definitely the worst that I've seen since I've been storm chasing.
And you chase storms because that's how you make your livelihood?
Yeah, where we already have the tree equipment, and then we have the professional ability to not collect any money up front, we decided to get into it and try to be of help to the community, because not everyone has the money to pay somebody up front, and we have the ability to bill insurance if that option is available. So we tried, we kind of said, hey, we've got this ability. Let's do this instead of just doing residential.
Now, as the rescues continue and first responders work to get to stranded residents, the list of needs continues to grow.
Right now, the key is what's needed is basic necessities when you're looking at water, toiletries, some possible cleaning supplies, and non-perishable food items, baby formula, diapers, those basic need items right now.
John Bell is the North Carolina State House Majority Leader.
I know that the state of North Carolina has set up. So there's multiple different organizations that are working. If they would work through those channels, because what's happening is we've had Good Samaritans trying to come into Western North Carolina, and they get here and there's no place for them to stay, or they can't get through. Some will run out of fuel because there's no fuel and there's no phone service, and so that just adds an extra burden to our first responders.
And in terms of state assets, National Guard, they've effected rescues. They have gotten some people out.
I just received a report from the National Guard is that they have now mobilized over 706 soldiers and airmen with over 250 vehicles, 19 helicopters, have staging areas in East Flat Rock, Mill Springs, Morganton, Conover, Salisbury, and Charlotte. And that they're trying to get into Western North Carolina. I know they have launched some C-17s for transport. I know that they have helicoptered in a little over 97,000 pounds of supplies and about over a little 500 personnel and rescue hoists have gone in. So it's really bad. And when you look on the news and see the pictures, it doesn't do it any justice. Because it's an absolute total, it looks like a war zone. And you've got cities and towns that are gone. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, you have cities that are gone. They're no longer there.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of Chimney Rock and people saying that they grew up going there, and they showed the pictures from their childhood, like this is what it used to look like, and now there's literally not a building standing on the roadway. It's just a river. You would not even have known in that picture that there were buildings once there. Is your understanding that what happened is the waters rose, and even if they're receding now, it's certainly not by enough, and so there are people who got stuck on their rooftops. They got stuck on like the second floor of a building. And then the roads washed out. So even if the water's receded, you can't drive anywhere. The cell towers are down, so people are stranded.
So it's a little different than what people would be accustomed to for a hurricane disaster. When they look at, I'm from the eastern part of North Carolina, so when you look at what happened here at Hurricane Florence, Hurricane Matthew, where you had the widespread river flooding after the storm and some of the initial flash flooding that happened, when you saw the storm surge and the widespread flooding for Katrina, this is completely different. What happens in Western North Carolina is that you had anywhere from 18 to 24 inches of rain within a very small amount of time. And when that water starts running down the hills, it doesn't stop until it gets to the lowest point. And so creeks and streams turn into raging rapids. And with that much force and that much pressure, it goes to the lowest point, and whatever in its way, it totally wipes out. And that's not counting the mudslides and the additional high winds that came through the area that knocked over trees. And so you have people that were connected through mountain roads that had private bridges that went into developments and communities, and they're gone. And so what's left, the water's already caressed, the water's out, because it was just so fast moving that it was total destruction in its way. And so you have people stranded, and trying to get to them has been a challenge. And so especially when there's no communication, there's no internet, phone service, all that was wiped out. I've talked with our friends in the public utility side. I know that our electric co-ops have deployed people. I know Duke Energy has deployed people. Spectrum and all of our cell phone providers are trying to find solutions. I know there's been a number of Starlinks that have come through the private side that have been deployed. So, nice. So right now it's a lot of friends helping friends, neighbors helping neighbors, strangers helping strangers. And that's the beautiful thing about our state, that we will get through this, and we will be stronger because as a state, we're fiscally prepared. We have a very robust rainy day reserve, and the General Assembly is prepared to act sooner rather than later. I think you'll see us act within the next few weeks. Once we get initial damage results in, and then we'll have to come back in probably about 30 days to do a larger package. But we're prepared to move forward to help our citizens.
I see that Governor Cooper issued a statewide emergency on, I think it was Wednesday, the 25th. And the 26th, I'm seeing like Buncombe County, for example, they were issuing emergency alerts and saying, get out, evacuate. It's tricky, right? Because it's a hurricane coming from south, from the Florida area. I don't know if everybody anticipated that this would do what it did, despite the warnings. Were the warnings enough? Does something need to change in hindsight now, looking back at the amount of warning time, or was that all that could have been done?
Governor Cooper issued the emergency declaration. Local folks encouraged people to evacuate low-lying areas, et cetera. But I mean, you do not see hurricanes hit the Appalachian Mountains. It's just one of these things that it just doesn't happen. This is one of these freak occurrences that happen. And when I've talked to my colleagues on the ground that are from the area, grew up in the area, never, not left the area, they've never seen anything like this. And so I don't know how you prepare an individual for this type of, disaster. And I can't use that word strong enough. It is a disaster. There are places and communities that are gone, and we have hundreds of people still not accounted for.
Representative, one more for you. Is there a belief that many of those who are unaccounted for are maybe just not being reached right now? Is that the hope, or is... That's
the hope. We had a family friend that they had not heard from since Thursday, and was very blessed to find out that he hiked out and was able to make contact with his mother yesterday afternoon. And so I know there's a lot of people in those type of situations, and I'm hopeful for the best. But when you talk about this much water, this much rage, and this big a disaster, all I ask is that people pray for everyone affected.
North Carolina House Majority Leader John Bell, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Please stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F-words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-907-8429. 888-907-8429. That's 888-907-8429.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. The election now just about a month away, 5 weeks to go, and the Biden administration announcing new border restrictions that go into effect that'll bar migrants from being granted asylum when Biden officials deem the southern border is overwhelmed.
We're deeply concerned about the impact that a strike could have on our supply chains.
And that is the governor of New York talking about the 45,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas who went on strike this morning at midnight after failing to negotiate a contract guaranteeing better pay and no automation. Governor Kathy Hochul reacting there, saying the strike may cause food and supply shortages, drive up costs, and cost the economy up to $5 billion per day. An Israeli ground force is moving into southern Lebanon, marking a significant escalation of an offensive against Hezbollah militants. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
For the second straight week, the NFL played a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. The Titans finally got in the win column, defeating the Dolphins 31-12. Tennessee starting quarterback Will Levis left the game in the first quarter with a shoulder injury, and Mason Rudolph stepped in, leading the Titans on 7 scoring drives. In the second game, Lions quarterback Jared Goff was perfect against the Seahawks, setting an NFL record by completing all 18 of his passes in a 42-29 win over Seattle. Goff threw for 2 touchdowns and had a touchdown reception for the first time in his career, a third-quarter pass from wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Donald Trump Jr. here. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back, but you can stop your losses by diversifying into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
Do you need to improve your smile? Get a dynamite smile with Lumineers. Make a great impression with friends, family, dates, and job interviews. Dr. Heinbaugh of American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center is the area's only certified Lumineers dentist. Don't have your teeth reduced with traditional veneers. Lumineers are the greatest development in dentistry today. No grinding shots or pain. Lumineers save tooth structure. Lumineers are patented and proprietary. Lumineers last many years with a track record of over 25 years and more. Don't hide your teeth. Show off your dynamite smile. Dr. Heinbaugh is thrilled with his Lumineers. Call today for your free consultation and Lumi Smile, a simulation of how you can have a beautiful smile. No more crooked yellow teeth spaces and many other conditions eliminated. Call American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center in Springfield, Pennsylvania, Delaware County. 610-543-0222. 610-543-0222. That's 610-543-0222.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
It's a good thing baseballs already have stitches, because the way these ball players are hitting them, yeah, they need stitches if they didn't already have them. So the next time you're watching a poor little baseball smacked off the wall in center, keep that little fella in your thoughts. It's hard to be a baseball right now. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Howard Eskin here, and as you should know, my friends at Jack Daniels have always made whiskey. But there's one thing Jack can't make more of. That's moments. So let's make sure we're making the most of every moment. Whether today's the day you try that thing you've always wanted to do, or you're just going to sip a glass of Jack and catch up with a friend. Make it count. Jack Daniels. Please drink responsibly.
Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020. Jack Daniels, all rights reserved.
This truck season, think about all the things you can do in a Chevy truck. You'll be able to, or you can You can even just... With impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and multiple powertrains, Chevy trucks have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're looking to furnish your home or replace your old furniture, your journey begins and ends at Bucks County Estate Traders. One piece of advice, make sure you have time when you come here. The 58,000 square foot showroom is a furniture wonderland. Quality high-end pieces with inventory changing daily. It's all here. Mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. They'll ship anywhere or you can pick up in-store. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, October 1st. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist. Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers.
Get up, Harry!
Rise and shine, Philadelphia. We've turned the calendar. Let me take that back. We've turned the page. I think that's what the page. We've turned the page.
Turn the page.
To October. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy October.
Wow, yeah. Yes, indeed. Right, October is upon us. Hopefully in more ways than one. Gregory, how are you?
Yeah, buddy. It is Tuesday.
Let's go, Harry.
Get up, Philly. Let's go.
On.
We got a lot to do today. Everything good with you, Stocker?
Yeah, I'm good, buddy. Thank you.
By the way, another great summer for Kayal and Company. Not that we're keeping track anymore because it's actually news if we don't succeed.
Oh, boy.
But that never seems to happen. We just keep winning and winning and winning. Not just in days and weeks and months, but entire summer books, fall books, winter books, spring books, you name it. Every book is out there. We don't ban books. We're not trying to sexualize books. We just dominate books.
Thank you
book
to this
after
audience. Book. Thank you to what Nick
is
trying to say.
Yes, without the
Thank
audience.
you to this audience.
You know, I almost forgot.
My God.
You could be the best show ever, but if nobody listens, it's not going to matter.
Thank you.
What's that old adage? If a tree falls in the forest but nobody hears it, did it really fall?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The best audience in radio.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
And a very generous one as well. So we have so many good things to get to today. It is obviously debate night in America, vice president style. We'll get to that. Does it matter? Well, if you look at this election cycle and this last, let's call it 12 to 18 months, probably not. But historically, this century, some data shows that about 50%, and there's been 6 elections this century, and in 3 of the 6, a lot of the historians argue that 3 of those 6 VP debates have, in fact, mattered. We'll go through that a little bit later this morning. CBS front and center tonight. They will not fact-check the debaters, although they have a reputation of being anti-Trump. Surprise, surprise. We'll give you that historical anecdote as we move along. Also, I saw a story about Republicans and their obsession with steakhouses. Want to get to that this morning. After yesterday, Republicans were criticized for liking hot women. Now we can't have red meat either, apparently.
What's wrong with steakhouses?
Damned if I know. I'd like to be broadcasting from one right now.
All right.
Well, aren't cows bad for climate change because of their emissions?
Dawn Stensland. She's been studying for the exam. Also, what's up with Netflix? They endorsed Kamala Harris, and then all of a sudden cancellations triple. Okay? Kick that around. And speaking of Kamala Harris, she said, you know what? Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, no thanks. I'm going to go on an NBA podcast that most people didn't know actually existed.
All the smoke?
Well, some would say Kamala needs to lay off the smoke, but, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we did say that she should do podcast. Well, we didn't say it, but I said the strategy should be for them to do podcasts. They're just not doing the right ones.
That's correct. With two washed-up mid-level NBA players from 15 years ago. We'll get to that this morning. The cut sheet, the voicemails, and so much more. But before we do all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:04. She's always for red meat. The great Dawn Stensland.
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef? We have the meat. Dawn
Good
has
morning.
the news.
Yes, this October 1st, we're at 64 degrees, and I'll tell you when the sun will peek out. It did peek out a little bit yesterday afternoon, so we give hope to the sunshine for Greg Stocker. 6 a.m. news. We are sponsored by Garden State Earthworks this morning. In Philadelphia, a lot of Philadelphia news. Man is in critical condition, shot in the East Mount Airy section of Philadelphia. And it happened right around dinner time yesterday, 1500 block of East Johnson Street. There were police were called with multiple 911 calls as shots were fired in a driveway. That, according to Philadelphia police, officers arriving to find a 29-year-old man laying face down, suffering from gunshot wounds to his back. He was rushed to the hospital, and he's in critical condition this morning. So all we know at this point, the victim found in the driveway there, and 5 spent shell casings around the corner, half a block away, and another actually was also found. So why a half a block away, a 6 spent shell casing is found? We just don't have all the answers. Was this a situation where, was this somebody pulling out of their garage, pulling into their driveway, and then they were being attacked, attempted carjacking? We don't know. So police still asking questions as far as what happened here.
Yeah. Speaking of, carjackings and trying to get in and out of driveways and garages, you notice our garage doors closed again in the morning when we come in? Yeah, it was open for like a year straight. Now all of a sudden we got to park our car, get it out, swipe it with our badge, get back in. Then I got to put my seatbelt back on because the damn thing beeps every 2 seconds. Hey, can a morning show get like some accommodations, or maybe we should just crawl on our face?
Nicholas, crawl on your face.
I'm just asking.
If you recall, a man who had like a seizure, and he was leaving the parking garage last year.
Was it a seizure, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have sources. That's what
sources,
I heard.
Yeah.
He had like a seizure.
Dawn has garage sources too.
And he ran into the side of the former garage door and toppling it. Fire department. That's when I learned, because I was like trying to get out that day.
Yeah.
And they said, yeah, you can. And I was like, I could just move it. And this firefighter goes, it's like 1,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh.
I was like, let me just pick
He was
this
laughing
thing up
at me.
real
He's like,
quick.
Dawn, you can't move that.
Throw this in the back of my minivan in the third row.
I could use those as something else. I can repurpose that thing. So it took all his time to get the new door.
All right.
That's what happened.
Okay.
And the man was okay. He ended up in the hospital.
Well, that's all that matters.
So there's that.
Yeah. First world problems, first world.
I know, right? The garage door. Yeah. What did you say on your face? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a lot going on. Obviously, this morning, the big story here for us that's making national news as well, dock workers across the country and here in Philadelphia at the Port of Philadelphia, in fact, are on strike, and they're out on the picket lines after the International Longshoremen's Association, known as the ILA, announced that, yes, as we knew, this was impending. They stopped negotiating last June, but they went on strike 12:01 a.m. this morning, impacting all major ports up along the East Coast and the Gulf Coast. We're talking about 45,000 workers from Texas all the way up to Maine. And they say they want better pay. They want job security. They are against automation and AI. So those are just some of their concerns.
And they want an 80% raise.
Apparently, they were offered more than a 50% raise already.
And they turned it down?
Turned it down, and then they were negotiating for a 70%, and then it went up to 77%. So, wow. Can we all get an 80% raise?
I'd take 50 right now if Greg came with me.
36 major U.S. ports.
Wow.
They say it could cost the economy $5 billion a day.
A day.
I was just going to say, but when does it impact us dollar-wise or availability-wise? Like, how quickly will we,
Not
feel it?
immediately, but soon.
All right.
Yeah.
You're going to start buying things in bulk real quick to stock up?
Yes, stock up. Maybe buy some...
Well, this is the problem.
Maybe buy some Amazon stock right now.
See, everybody's going to stock up,
Yeah.
and then we cause the shortages.
That's true. That's
Didn't
a good
we
point.
live this before?
We did.
Right, and then Joe told us how supply chain works, and we figured it out. By the way, Amazon's $168 a share right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, by the way.
And by the way, just locally, ports in, obviously I said Philadelphia, our guys and gals on strike here on the picket lines in New York, New Jersey, Wilmington, Delaware, also obviously closed due to the strike. They say they're prepared for a long strike if necessary.
Oh, boy.
And they deserve this. And to Greg's point, well, first of all, they're really talking up that automation part. But to Greg's point, they basically have the country by the cojones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also factor in, we were just talking about unions in the last couple of weeks with Teamsters and how, 59% of the workers in the union are backing Trump, yet the bosses are backing Harris. Very interesting dynamic here as we approach 5 weeks.
Do they get paid when they're on strike? No, right?
No, but they'll get back pay.
Okay, but I mean, I'm guessing a lot of these guys aren't millionaires, right?
No.
That's true.
So how long can they afford to be out on strike?
That's true.
And the president does have the power to intervene, but the last time somebody did it was after 11 days. I was looking it up last night. I think it was George W. Bush back in the day. So it's usually presidents hope that they can resolve things, and I think in the past they don't want to get involved.
I think the last time we talked about a strike was the writers, correct? For the the late night shows and whatever else we were talking about a year and a half ago. Weren't we talking about that?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Not much of an impact.
No, of course not.
This is 45,000 workers, and obviously, the last time the port workers on the East Coast, on the Gulf East and Gulf Coast went on strike was 1977.
Mm-hmm.
50, we're talking 50 years ago.
Wow.
They were showing all the cities on the map from, like you said, from Maine to Texas. You had Philly and Baltimore and Roanoke. And it's literally the entire side of the right hand of the East Coast is all orange, lit up with the port cities.
If you're Kamala Harris, what side do you, because there's already a poll out that shows that most union workers hate her anyway. So do you stand with the union workers? Do you try and get them back to work like Reagan did with the
air traffic controllers?
With the air traffic controllers. What do you do? What side do you come down on this?
It's kind of hard after the bosses come down and support Kamala, right? I mean, wouldn't she be stabbing them in the back after they just endorsed Harris?
Yeah, she should probably stay out of this.
Yeah. Much like the Middle East and everything else, she's damned if she does and damned if she doesn't. And I'm not trying to defend her, but at this point, what is she going to say? What is she going to do? The battle lines have already been drawn.
So if you're CBS News, because they're hosting the debate tonight, the VP debate, vice presidents don't really have too much control over this. But do you ask about this?
Sure.
I think
these people are a heartbeat away from if whoever wins,
Mm-hmm.
you're a heartbeat away from being the president.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be like a secondary question underneath the economy, right? You start on what's your general vision to deal with inflation, and then you hit up with a follow up, and you throw that in there to wrap it up before you move on to abortion or immigration or whatever else they're going to kick around tonight.
By the way, just a quick update for you locally. Philadelphia police say they have located the vehicle, the suspected vehicle, in that fatal hit and run. Remember we told you, we talked about the 14-year-old girl, West Philadelphia. Dawn Watson is her name. She was crossing the street with her mom, and she was struck and killed on the 6500 block of Haverford Avenue.
Yep.
So they don't have the person, the driver. I don't have word if the vehicle... is it a stolen vehicle? I wonder. One will wonder, but it's the Mercedes. So they've got the vehicle there one step closer to an arrest in this tragic case. Remember, her body was thrown so far by this speeding vehicle that initially mom, as a pedestrian in the crosswalk, was frantic looking around. Her daughter's body was flung.
Yeah, she couldn't find her, right?
She couldn't find her.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's just so sad.
Right.
I'll take you to two big stories, obviously, in the world of sports. Pete Rose, all-time hits leader, banned from baseball for betting on the sport, has died at the age of 83.
We've lost so many people on the last day. We lost to Kembe Mutombo earlier in the day.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. And we who was the country guy yesterday we talked about, 88 years old.
Chris Christopherson.
Yeah. I swear these things always happen in threes, don't they?
John Ashton, the actor, he was in the Beverly Hills Cop.
Yep, 76.
Clue for 9/20 today.
Yeah, Pete Rose, man, that was my dad's all-time favorite. You want to talk about the polar opposite of a guy like comparing somebody to Darius Slay? Pete Rose. Right there's your guy. You think Pete Rose would have a bad day and then get on social media and say, well, if you look at my career in totality, I was pretty good? No.
And you referenced your dad. I mean, Rose made 4 All-Star appearances and helped the Phils, obviously, to one of their 2 World Championships during his 5 seasons here in Philadelphia, 1979 to 83. Phillies releasing a statement how saddened they are to learn of Rose's passing, saying he'll always be remembered for his grit and hustle. Charlie Hustle.
And for betting on baseball as a player, which led to his ban, which, by the way, so it's so absurd that we live in a world now where Major League Baseball, every single commercial, there's a gambling ad with DraftKings and FanDuel and BetMGM, yet you couldn't let the guy into the Hall of Fame. Really? Don't gamble on baseball, but we'll take the sports book's money. Okay.
And we'll update you, of course, on the tragedy that's happening down south with a hurricane and then tropical storm Helene that struck Florida. Remember, it'll be a week ago tomorrow, or into Thursday. I guess it was Thursday evening that it struck Florida. Technically, made landfall near Perry, Florida, as a Category 4. So the death toll rises 132 people. That's the latest, striking 6 states: Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia. Trump, obviously, in Georgia yesterday. President Joe Biden has said now he will go to the worst parts of North Carolina, the western parts, tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty amazing that Trump, who's basically a civilian, a citizen at this point, private citizen, he's able to beat Joe and Kamala to these ravaged areas like Georgia and Tennessee and wherever else he plans on going. Kamala's sitting there, by the way, indoors at FEMA headquarters in Washington. And did you see the post where her social media, like, again, she's got the earbuds in, not connected to the phone, and she's sitting in front of a blank piece of paper pretending to write, and there's nothing on the sheet of paper. Everything is staged about that woman.
Plug it in.
It's nothing but a 24/7 photo op with this lady.
So a lot swirling around. And I know that the Trump campaign started a GoFundMe page. He was there with Franklin Graham yesterday, so praying with people and surveying the damage.
Yeah. And by the way, don't forget, Dawn, Trump was able to get to East Palestine, Ohio, after the train derailment with the water issue before Joe and Kamala.
And finally, I will just say happy birthday, former President Jimmy Carter. Today is his 100th birthday, October 1st. He was born in 1924.
First president to hit 100.
Yeah, what do they call that? Octogenarian? Is that what it's called? Or am I getting that wrong?
Sure.
Yeah, octogenarian. He's got me beat by 40 years. He saw 4 more decades than I'm ever going to see. Unbelievable.
He was 39th president of the United States of America, and probably best remembered for his post-presidency because, of course, tough economy with Carter. So he was not necessarily honored as a great president, but post-president for all of his peace initiatives and great life. So happy birthday, Mr. President. 100. I guess that they said for his museum, for this presidential museum, they'll charge 100 pennies, $1. So it's kind of a cute story, though.
All right.
Think about what he's lived through since the 20s. We are sponsored this morning by Garden State Earthworks. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, or pool area, getting all swampy? Visit GardenStateEarthworks.com, your drainage solution that's GardenStatesEarthworks.com, GardenStateEarthworks.com. You can always call 856-848-4444. Today, unfortunately, I have to say this, there is another chance for a little bit of drizzle today and tomorrow, but not washouts by any measure, just enough to be annoying. The sun still comes out, so we're still in that range of low 70s until Thursday when we pop up to sunny skies and 77 degrees. So we'll hit a much warmer tone this first week of April. But today and tomorrow, we still have to deal with the spattering of the rain. And for our Philadelphia Phillies, well, at least we know we're down to 2 with who we're going to face this Saturday.
That game yesterday with the first of the doubleheaders with the Braves and the Mets was a fabulous game.
I know.
It was a great game.
I'm just sitting back stress-free watching these two beat each other's brains in. Like, all right, whoever can win, that's fine. Yeah, the Phillies are resting up, seeing I get 6 days off.
So the Mets take on the Brewers starting today at 5:30, and then the winner of that faces the Phillies.
That is correct.
And the Diamondbacks are out of it because they split the doubleheader.
Yes.
The Mets and Braves split the doubleheader.
According to ESPN's analytics, the Phillies have a 59% chance to make the NLCS, a 32% chance to make the World Series, and an 18% chance to win it all.
By the way, you're being called, it's not an octogenarian, that's 80.
I knew that didn't sound right. Yeah, you're right. I was questioning that the moment it popped up into my. It's
a centennial. Centennial president.
Yeah, I should have fact checked myself before I opened my mouth. Let's see if Margaret Brennan can help me out tonight.
Road Warrior says, "Give Nick a break. He'll be gooder someday."
I'll be better. Yeah, I should never have even opened up my mouth.
Why would you even cover that?
That's a great point, Nance. Should have just laid low and let Dawn get to the reads.
I was trying to be nice.
Yep.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
No, you're good. You're good.
Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:20 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Wawa VP Debate. Exactly 5 weeks until the 2024 election. And on October 1st, we get what looks to be the final debate of this election cycle. Vice President hopefuls J.D. Vance and Tim Walz square off at 9 o'clock tonight. You can hear the debate simulcast on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can watch it on CBS. Will the debate matter? Well, some say potentially, most say probably not. But with 34 days to go, it's hard to imagine anything changing anyone's minds, except for that small sliver, as we like to say, of undecided voters that still remain persuadable. And when we look back at not only 2024, but also 2023, we have seen countless seismic political events with marginal impact on the polls. From Donald Trump's 4 indictments, a little bit of a boost, to attempting to remove Trump from state ballots, to multiple assassination attempts, Trump remains in that 46 to 49% range. With Kamala Harris, she went from an approval rating lower than Joe Biden's while serving as his VP to riding the wave of being installed as Biden's replacement through the DNC, through the first and only debate with Donald Trump, but has since plateaued. The Harris honeymoon has been over for weeks, and it lasted all of about 5 or 6 weeks. But debates have had some impact, and we can't ignore it. Just look to this year. Joe Biden was so awful on June 27th in Atlanta that the Democrat power brokers subverted democracy, put him out to political pasture, and installed his VP in a last-ditch effort to save and keep power. So what can Vance and Walz do tonight? Well, let's not forget the one thing they most notably share in common, that is their military backgrounds. If I'm Vance, I make sure I hammer home stolen valor. Vance should be keenly aware that Pennsylvania is home to over 750,000 veterans. You were brought on board to Trump's ticket to help secure the Rust Belt. It's time for Mr. Ohio to deliver. After that, I think it comes down to who is less weird. That was the political buzzword of the summer. Weird. Vance needs to continue being the most visible and vocal man of the four names on the two political tickets. As of 2 weeks ago, Vance had done 59 interviews, followed by Trump's 14, Walz's 4, and Harris's 3. And J.D. Vance, he's a cool customer. Smooth speaker, Ivy League attorney, but he still projects the everyday man. He needs to out everyday the Democrats' everyday man, that being Tim Walz, and do it being less weird. But the time for weirdness is over. It's time for another W word, and that word is winning. J.D. Vance should be able to win on the issues, the policies, and America's top concerns. After all, Trump and Vance have made their plans crystal clear on the economy, the border, wars, crime, energy, you name it. And how can Tim Walz match Vance on policy when we still don't know much, if anything, about Kamala Harris's policies? What are we going to get, a Walz word salad? Is he going to flail his arms around like a Stretch Armstrong on the Ellen DeGeneres show with the occasional foot kick? Have you noticed that little leg kick he likes to do? He's like Chris Farley on that SNL talk show bit. Is he going to hit us with superlatives and tell us about joy and hope and change and turning the page? But the truth is this election is likely about men against women. It's not about policy. It's not about issues. It's about feelings. It's about men and women. And Kamala has women in her corner, but the GOP has men in their corner. And the biggest weakness between the two tickets is men. Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff, they can continue this charade of redefining masculinity, but nobody buys it. Not even MSNBC. Here is the Dems TV propaganda machine, The Morning Joe Show, breaking down the Kamala vulnerability. Listen and watch this.
Older white men, just like people thought after Biden left the race, more of a challenge, pulling them to vote against Trump again.
Yeah, I mean, older white men and actually to younger white men too, also a bit of a challenge. I mean, that number they'll like a lot, up +5 in Pennsylvania, because you're right, it's the new Ohio, it's the new Florida, it's the state where they see they have the most problems. And of course, then either the concern or the upside, depending on how you look at this from the Harris campaign's point of view, is that Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin people think will break the same way. That's what they've done traditionally ever since 1980. I think there's one exception. And so if they lose Pennsylvania, what would that then mean for Wisconsin and Michigan? If they win Wisconsin and Michigan, does that mean they're going to win Pennsylvania? But that's why they're putting so much resources into that. But it's men. I mean, I think the real struggle for the Harris campaign is young men, older men, men of color, white men, and they are doing all they can. You can see, I think the debate next week will be really interesting to see how Tim Walz reaches out to that group. Mm-hmm. Doug Emhoff, who I interviewed yesterday, I think we've got a clip of that we can have later on the program. He is making a concerted effort in his own way to reach out to that group. They know that's where they know that's where they have a weakness.
3 takeaways from that clip. Number 1, did you hear her say that Pennsylvania is the new Ohio and Florida for Democrats, as in a struggle? Is Kamala doing far worse than we actually realize here in the state that likely could determine the entire election? Secondly, how one state goes, the other two go. When we talk about Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, they've all followed each other every time except for one since 1980. More on Kamala's Pennsylvania problem as well as the Michigan mistake coming up this hour. And then number 3, they are struggling with all men. Young, old, white, black, Hispanic, doesn't matter. Men are in Trump's corner. To be honest, I don't know a single man. God's honest truth, I don't know a single man who says they are voting for Kamala Harris. And I have male friends that are Democrats. They have not told me they are voting for Kamala Harris. Doesn't mean they're voting for Trump, but they have not said they are voting for Kamala Harris. But the debate could be decided on 3 key approaches, in my opinion. It's balancing your agenda versus your attack lines tonight. If we are to take CBS at face value that they will not fact check and intervene, and it's up to the 2 debaters to fact check each other, how do you balance your vision for America versus calling out the other guy? That's key point number 1 for me. Secondly, Whose resume and upbringing will connect with voter bases in Middle America more? Does it even matter? And finally, can either more low-key guy compared to the top of the ticket say something that clicks with voters that maybe hasn't been relayed well enough from either Trump or Harris at the top of the ticket, both of whom are frequently criticized? And then there's the nerves. There's the anxiety. We know Trump's a natural. Vance is a natural, but this is his first shining moment. He's never had a stage bigger than this. We know Kamala's heart in the first 10 minutes of that debate on September 10th was beating a mile per minute. We could hear her struggling to speak because she wasn't breathing as she spoke. And according to a CNN report, Tim Walz is nervous. And in prep, he's had Mayor Pete as his mock opponent in prep for the debate. They've had reportedly, quote, long sessions that have gone into the night, according to CNN, who also reports that Walz is worried, quote, that he will let Harris down. If Walz can let Harris down after she has let America down for almost 4 years, what does that say about the ineptitude and the confidence, or lack thereof, of this ticket? How can any American be confident in either one of them? And every time Tim Walz has told America who he is, it's proven to be a lie, an exaggeration, or his excuse is, well, I'm not great with the English language, and my wife has to correct me. Scott Jennings of CNN pulling no punches. Listen and watch.
Consequential. Second of all, Walz is a buffoon. I'm sorry. This guy, he's the only school teacher in America who brags that none of his students can get into an Ivy League school. He's had one consequential press interaction with our Dana Bash, who asked him about the fabrications in his own resume, and his answer was essentially, me no understand words good. I mean, he's a buffoon. He's on a free ride for running under Harris. He gets.
Here's the 411 for tonight's proceedings. The debate will be 90 minutes, no studio audience. The microphones will not be muted. Let me repeat that. The mics will be hot the entire time. Completely different scenario from the last two debates with Trump Biden and Trump Harris. The debate will be moderated by CBS Evening News host Norah O'Donnell and CBS Face the Nation host Margaret Brennan. But will CBS press Tim Walz if he pulls a Kamala and doesn't answer the questions? Well, CNN has the answer, and apparently it's a no. Listen and watch this final clip.
Even last week, I was in New York at a fundraiser that Tim Walz was doing at an apartment there, and he said, after I left the room, I heard he said to someone who asked, how's debate prep going? He said, look, I was trained as a teacher. As a teacher, we're trained to answer the questions. We tell our students to answer the questions. That's not what this is. So Walz really trying to fit himself into this somewhat awkward always thing of a nationally televised debate.
I think tonight, if you don't watch the debate and I hand you the transcript of the debate and you took the time to read it, you will see that J.D. Vance wins this debate. But Tim Walz and the mainstream media, they could prop him up and say he wins the debate if he does a bunch of theatrics and throws a sideshow. Because so far, that's all Tim Walz is. He's Kamala Harris's emotional support animal. I think J.D. Vance wins this debate and wins it easily tonight. That said, not sure that it matters. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Wawa, where they have classic hoagies. Have you heard? It's just $6. Whether it's the cheesesteak, meatball, or Italian, you can get any classic hoagie for just $6. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. We'll give you some other details on the debate tonight, including how CBS will go about their fact-checking, the history of CBS and their moderators being super, super anti-Trump, and Tim Walz's 5 biggest lies. How much of that will J.D. Vance expose? We'll get to that as we continue this morning. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Hey, did you hear? Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6.
Any classic hoagie?
Yeah, any classic hoagie.
What about the cheesesteak?
$6.
Meatball?
$6.
What about the Italian hoagie?
It's $6 for a classic. I shouldn't even have to ask, but what do you want for lunch?
Hoagies at Wawa, of course.
Right now, get any Wawa Classic Hoagie for $6. Gotta have a Wawa.
With the federal government allowing over 20 million non-residents into our country to participate in social programs that they aren't paying for, the taxes on your portfolio are set to skyrocket.
Barry Kaiser. I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2005. With this year's election, I'm concerned there will be continued high spending, providing opportunities for people who aren't even American citizens. Taxes would continue to go up and families would have a much more difficult time living. But I don't have to be concerned financially because I've been through 2 market crashes since I've been in Crash Proof Retirement, and I have not lost a penny. With the Crash Proof Retirement system, I've earned over 10%. Once it is credited, you never lose it. With Crash Proof Retirement, I'm election proof.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and like great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that.
Oh, it was great. This is the 3rd time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hey Birds fans, the football season is finally upon us, which means it's time to upgrade your ride. Because, let's be honest, your old car's playbook, it's leaking oil. Thankfully, at the Busch Auto Group, we've got something for everyone. Whether you're looking to blitz in a new Nissan, score in luxury with an Infiniti, or tackle the road in one of over 200 pre-owned vehicles, we've got the right ride for you. Visit BuschAutoGroup.com. That's BuschAutoGroup.com today and save big. Philly rides with us.
Honey, I'm going to Wawa for dinner.
Okay, but Ben wants pizza.
Yep.
And Nick wants a burger and fries.
Right.
Oh, and the twins, they won't touch anything except for mac and cheese.
Exactly. Wawa has something for everyone for dinner, so I only have to make one stop to make everyone happy. So, what do you want?
Well, if you're going to Wawa, I have to have a hoagie.
From burgers to hoagies and everything in between, Wawa has dinner for everyone.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
This is a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Two young lovers with nothing better to do. sit around the house, get high and watch a tube. And here's what happened when they decided to cut loose.
6:37, cutting loose on a Tuesday. As Greg Stocker would say, it is Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us wherever you go on YouTube. Unless you're driving, then you should just listen to us on 1210 or on your smart speakers. 855-839-1210, the number. You know, I saw this last night in regards to the debate. Arnon Mishkin is the Fox News decision desk editor, and he says that in the 6 elections this century, according to him, the VP debate has mattered in half of them, in 3 of those 6. And he mentioned most notably Sarah Palin from years ago, 15, 16 years ago. So the question is, does tonight actually matter? Threw up a poll question on Twitter. I don't know, Phil, if you want to throw one up in the YouTube chat. Will this debate have any impact on the election between Trump and Kamala? Maybe we could check out the results later in the show. Dawn Stensland, you've been doing this for a long time. You've seen VP debates that have mattered and some that have not. I'm of the belief that this could very well matter tonight, even if it's just slightly, because I do think this is going to be a super razor-thin election. I do think this is an election that we might go days, if not weeks, without knowing who the winner is. I don't think it'll be 36 days like it was 24 years ago, but I could see us getting to Friday after the election, November 8th or whatever that date is, not knowing the winner. So do you think tonight matters for anybody in America?
I think it all matters. If mostly it's who says something outlandish, something stupid, that sort of thing. But you mentioned the Sarah Palin, the Sarah Palin debate. And I'll take you back then because that was pre-Trump. That was before we knew terms such as fake news. And so think about the media now looking back. Think about the media treatment of John McCain and Sarah Palin. And the media was critical in that election. Then you think of when John McCain, who was a war hero, who was a prisoner of war and longtime senator, obviously, but when he passed away, he was treated like a saint by the media. And I remember many people looking at that and saying, wow, why didn't you say anything nice about the guy? You ripped into him.
Complete 180, right?
And yes. And so I know that as people get older or maybe when they pass away, you don't want to rip on them. But the point is, they were brutal and unfair to John McCain and Sarah Palin. And then, of course, you have the former idiots who ran that campaign, and they're now at MSNBC, which tells you everything you need to know. They were losers and will never have another. I mean, they knew that they would never have another job running a campaign. Mm-hmm. But that he was, think about McCain running against, Obama. Mm-hmm. And being fair, and even saying to the woman at the rally so famously when she said, I guess it was a birther thing, or she was questioning him as evil or what have you, and McCain took the microphone away from her and said, no, he's a good man.
Well, you make a really great point, because in the Trump era of politics, especially Republican politics, now all of a sudden the mainstream media, they look at the Bushes, they look at the McCains, the Cheneys, the Romneys. They look at them almost like they're Democrats and they're darling little angels, all because they have vilified Trump so much. It's almost like the mainstream media and the propaganda machines like MSNBC are saying, hey, Republicans, you need to smarten up and go back to your old ways. And it's like, obviously there's this impasse here where we're like, no, we're never going back to the way it used to be with the party. That's why I think Americans largely, short of, I don't know, whatever that number really was with Nikki Haley, 20%, 22%, how many of that was Republicans, how many of those were independents and Democrats. That's why America rejected Nikki Haley. I mean, in part because you love Trump so much, but the other part is, and this is just my view, and these are my words. I've said Nikki Haley is just a rebranded, repackaged, refurbished Bush Republican. And I just don't think most Americans want that. That doesn't and I think that's why Trump's doing so well with the younger generation, 18 to 24, Black, Hispanic, on down the list. Mm-hmm. Those numbers didn't exist with Bush Republican type policies.
Yeah, I'll just remind you of when you mentioned Sarah Palin. Think about that famous, I think I used this in the journalism class one time, but that famous Katie Couric interview with her. As Katie Couric was I think Katie was she at CBS News at that point or NBC, I forget. And Katie Couric says, what are you reading? What do you read on a daily basis? She was so condescending.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the media. And so now in the Trump era, and this is what I always say, Trump was born of this. When you start looking back at election coverage and the way that Republicans and conservatives were treated back then, you realize that Trump was born of this, that a lot of people, I remember my mom in 2015 just saying, you know what? Poor Jeb Bush. They'll just eat him alive. He's such a gentleman. He's such a nice Christian man. Like, she loved him. She loved the Bush family. But she said, it's Trump. From day one, from the escalator, it's Trump. It's got to be him because he's going to call them out.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was, God bless her in heaven, she was right.
Yep.
And so that's why with J.D. Vance, what do you see with him everywhere? Now, we talked yesterday about some missteps that I think his campaign has made. But clearly, he should win this.
I agree. And as far as CBS, they will be front and center tonight. Two things. How will they approach fact-checking and then also their history of being anti-Trump? Mediaite.com with a good breakdown as they say the following. CBS News has opted for a, quote, unique approach that blends fact-checking with a more hands-off managing of the candidates. CBS moderators will leave it to Democrat Tim Walz and Republican J.D. Vance to take the lead in fact-checking one another. Throughout the 90-minute debate at CBS News studios in New York, moderators, however, may step in to offer clarifications if facts go unchecked, which is something we should all have our little tally board out for tonight, because as we know, ABC News fact-checked Trump 5 times, Kamala Harris 0 times. Or they say if something, quote, egregious is said, the source noted. Quote, the goal of a debate is for the candidates to debate and to hold one another accountable. And CBS News is going to provide opportunities for that, the source said. A debate is not an interview and the format is different. Elsewhere, CBS will... Now, this is going to be interesting. I'm going to actually have to check this during a break or check it when I get home tonight before I sit down to watch the debate. CBS will provide real-time fact-checking of the proceedings. The CBS News confirmed unit consisting of, get this, forensic journalists and data experts will be verifying claims and addressing misinformation on a live blog, on social media, and in post-debate coverage of the network. So there's got to be some website, and you probably can find it if you search for it, or maybe it'll be on one of their official Twitter or X feeds. But they're basically going to have this CBS News confirmed unit. They're calling it the CNNU, where they will be doing all of this in real time. So, maybe you've got your TV set up and you have your laptop next to you. I'll be typing notes for the big take. You can pull up this fact-checking thing, regardless of whether the two moderators fact-check or the two combatants fact-check each other. If I'm comprehending this correctly, it seems almost like a live running ticker of who's saying things that are not accurate. And this obviously comes after what happened with ABC, where this source told Mediaite in regards to CBS's debate tonight, quote, ABC News went too far. They became the story. And that's the thing. When you're the moderators, you're the referee, you're the umpire, you don't want to be the story. It's about the players, it's about the teams, it's about the coaches, it's about the candidates, it's about those in the debate. So with that being said, we've seen 2 debates. We've seen CNN, to their credit, we were, I think, very fair. I think we all agreed that Jake Tapper and Dana Bash were as close down the middle as you can be for CNN. And then we saw the egregious acts of David Muir and Lindsay Davis on ABC News. What do we expect tonight from CBS? I can't imagine that those suits at that network, even with their anti-Trump history, which we will give you the receipts in a moment, they cannot afford to have the same reaction on Tuesday or Wednesday, October 2nd, that America had after what ABC had. Do you trust CBS to get it right as far as down the middle?
First of all, as far as CBS, they're doing something, they're trying something new with innovation. So there's going to be a scannable code on screen that will direct you to an online fact-checking page.
Oh, so that's how you get it. Okay.
So they'll have it up on the screen.
Right.
This has never been done before.
Yeah.
But to your point about, I think that they are reacting to ABC. They're already number 3 in the ratings, so they don't want to go any lower. They're losing, they're basically demoting Nora. She's losing her job as of, I think, January. Her contract's up, and then she'll go to an undisclosed or unknown post, and basically that means living out her contract. So they have major ratings troubles. They don't want to have the criticism, nor can they afford it, that ABC had. So they learned from that, and this will be interesting. So what does that mean? If you scan the code on screen, who is fact checking behind the scenes?
Right. Who's fact checking the fact checkers?
Right.
I always ask that question.
And I don't have that answer.
So you scan with a QR code on your phone, on your TV.
Yes.
And then you can get that updated information on your phone while you're watching the television.
Yes.
While you're simulcasting and listening to us on Talk Radio 1210.
And so if I'm with either campaign, then I'll have a counter. I want to have a counter code.
Yep.
And fact check the fact checkers.
Yep.
This debate is not even going to be close, in my opinion. I think J.D. Vance is very good at this. I think he's very smart, and without fact checking to kind of get in the way of him, rolling. I can see him steamrolling Tim Walz, and Tim Walz is already kind of downplaying it and saying, "Well, I'm kind of bad at debates and I'm nervous." You know what I mean? Which could also be a little rope-a-dope.
Could.
But I think Tim Walz is more of a dope than the rope. So I really see J.D. Vance doing numbers on Tim Walz tonight. That being said, I don't know how much of it matters.
Agreed.
At this point,
Might not.
I think
Might not.
Dawn's right. Every little bit helps. It can change the momentum. It can change the media narrative, what everybody's talking about the next day or for the next couple of days. So in that sense, I guess it could work. But this is going to be, people will watch this, and nobody has ever made up their mind because of a vice president debate. You know what I mean? 90% of people couldn't name the vice presidents that are running with the candidates. So
true.
Yeah.
Most people don't live it and breathe it every day like we do, but
this is the time of the year where people are back in and checked in, right? We said this all summer. Eventually, people will get back to their routine and they'll be checking in to get caught up. Well, it's catch-up time, right? It's October 1st.
Yes.
So
ketchup, no mustard, please.
That's right. Mustard for Mr. DeSantis. Double order.
I think you're right, though. People are hungry for information, and if you look at the ratings from the last and only debate, I guess you could say, with this current candidate.
Well, there will be another debate at the end of this month with faux Trump and faux Kamala. So just remember that. Sorry.
Indeed. So, I think I saw a poll over the weekend that 64% of Americans wanted another debate between Trump and Harris. We're obviously not going to get that. At least it doesn't appear to be the case. But you are getting their number twos tonight, which is interesting. But again, because you look at the dynamic, you have two middle-class guys, or two that were, raised poor, whatever you want to call it. Kamala tries to say, I was raised a middle-class child. People are sick of hearing that. Nobody believes it anyway. But J.D. Vance is the guy who ended up becoming an Ivy League-educated Yale attorney. And then you have his counterpart, Tim Walz, which if CNN is accurate in one of those clips that I played, Tim Walz has bragged as a teacher that his children have never been accepted to an Ivy League institution, which I would think if you're an educator and a teacher, you would probably want your kids to end up at Harvard or Yale. That would be very rewarding for you. You would feel like, you led them down that path. Now, truth be told, I actually, I kind of agree with Tim Walz on this, because after what we've seen with the anti-Semitism and the restrictions on free speech in the Ivy League, I don't want anybody going to the Ivy League. I can't stand those institutions anymore. So I think that's interesting. Plus the stolen valor stuff.
You have to, and I don't want to make age a factor, but you have to take into consideration that J.D. Vance is really, really good at media. He's really good. I've said that for months now. Like, he does these interviews, he's right there, he's firing, he's concise, he looks at you, he answers all the questions, he's very good at that.
But he doesn't get emotional.
And his age will be a factor for him. He's a 39 or 40. He's like, he's right there in the prime, and he's not going to let anything. I don't think he's nervous about this. I don't think he's scared about this. I heard what's his name, Emmers was playing Walls for debate prep. I think he's going to be ready, and I think that Tim Walz will try and be the nice guy, and I think he's going to get steamrolled.
If he immediately comes out with joy, hope, and change, and if he comes out rehearsed and scripted and memorized with Kamala's words, it's over. It's going to take all of 2 minutes for anybody that's been paying attention that have heard the same tired rhetoric of Kamala, legitimately the same speech, the same script everywhere she goes. If Vance just regurgitates that, you just check your social media feed at 9:03. You'll already know what people believe as far as who won the debate. Let me grab Jeremy to wrap up the hour. He's in media. He's got some thoughts on the debate. Jeremy, you go right ahead.
Hi, love the show. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
So, I think that this VP debate is extremely important, and here's why. There's an extreme vulnerability with both of these candidates. Donald Trump is 78 years old, and his safety, unfortunately. Harris has a lot of inadequacies. So the question is, when you look at somebody like the VPs, is J.D. Vance a person that can run the country? Is J.D. Vance a person that we would want to run the country? I mean, I think so. And then you look at Walz and you say, well, he has more political experience than any of them. But look at the policies that he's done, and look what he's done in Minnesota. I'm not really impressed. So I just feel that people should really look at these VPs as being people that are at some point going to have to be instrumental in the campaign. And in the administration, and I think it's very important.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really good point, Jeremy, because if J.D. Walz has a unbelievably good night tonight, where J.D. Vance, J.D. Walz, Tim Vance against J.D. Walz, who wins tonight? If J.D. Vance has a great night, I can guarantee you there are going to be some Trump supporters that are saying, right there, that man, he's the heir apparent.
J.D. Vance is a combat war veteran who signed up and fought in the Iraq War. And I think that that's something that I hope they ask about military experience, because Walz obviously lied about that stolen valor. And I hope that they bring that up more than they keep bringing up. What CNN keeps bringing up is the issue of the Haitian migrants, although they will bring that issue up.
Oh, they will.
But I think for J.D. Vance, if you look at him, and really, yes, he is not an experienced politician. He's a junior senator from Ohio. So if you look at what are the qualifications for a commander-in-chief, his is that he is a combat war veteran. And yes, he went to Ohio State. Yes, he graduated Yale Law School. Yes, he's very bright. But by all accounts, Greg, you brought up age. You never would have brought up age if you talked about, let's say, Donald J. Trump when he was 60 years old. And so it always depends on the person.
To your point, Tim Walz is 60 and he looks older than Biden.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable. And by the way, too, as far as the Haitian situation, if I'm J.D. Vance, I am very, very careful with how I answer that question, because if it becomes about cats and dogs, I'm telling you what the media is going to do.
He's not going to make it about cats and dogs.
Okay, better not.
No, he won't.
Yep.
He'll reference what he said on the Senate floor when he showed statistics about the humanitarian crisis, and he did do that, and that went viral. They should have stuck with that one. And the whole dog and cat thing just went crazy, went viral. But the truth is, J.D. Vance on the Senate floor, and anybody can look it up, he went through a whole thing where he talked about the fact that they just don't have the resources for individuals. Yes, many of them are there legally invited because they're fleeing a gang-ridden violent place in Haiti. But the problem is too many folks came during this current administration and flooded it. They have homeless people living in people's yards. They can't help. They can't service people.
855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. We'll continue getting you set for the debate on the other side. The 6 moments that shows you CBS's bias against Trump, and Tim Walz's 5 biggest lies. We continue after this on Kayal and Company.
NFL Week 5 is here. I have a a same-game parlay, you can place $5 on win $111. I'll tell you that in 1 second. Starts Thursday night, and you can start with your chance for a big win on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. You can get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. How about this $5 bet for Thursday night's game, the Buccaneers at the Atlanta Falcons? Put the Atlanta Falcons on the money line. Put the money on the money line. Mike Evans, anytime touchdown. Bijan Robinson, anytime touchdown. And the under, for which is at 43.5. You can place a $5 bet on that. With those 4 bets for a same-game parlay, combine them together, you can win $111. Do it now. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL, 21 and over, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. First $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Bob Casey supported sanctuary city policies that let criminal illegal immigrants onto our streets instead of deporting them. Casey voted over and over again to fund sanctuary cities, making our neighborhoods less safe. After an illegal alien was arrested for domestic assault in Philadelphia, instead of deporting him, they let him go. Thanks to sanctuary city policies Bob Casey supported. That same criminal, released under the radical policy Casey voted for, went on to repeatedly rape a 5-year-old girl. It could have been prevented. It should have been prevented. But Bob Casey failed us. The U.S. attorney said this young girl was raped because of Philadelphia's sanctuary city policy. Bob Casey voted over and over for this madness, putting our families, our children, at risk. We've had enough of Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
The air is cooler, the leaves are changing, and football is back. While the players are making moves on the field, you can make the ultimate move with a beautiful engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers. Still not sure? Hey, the holidays will be here sooner than you think. So stop into Cozy Jewelers and huddle up with Paul Cozy and pick out a custom engagement ring that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square. Or CozyJewelers.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 7:03, hour number 2 underway. On a Tuesday morning, loaded cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Also tomorrow, once again, we shine the spotlight on another great veteran, our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, courtesy of Window Nation. Looking forward to that. Debate night in America, 9 o'clock. One of these days, these networks will sit back and say, you know what? We need to throw Kayal and Company a bone. We're going to start this bad boy at 7:30.
When is that going to happen, please?
2028.
I can't take these late nights anymore. I need my sleep. I need 8 hours. I need at least 8 hours.
Grumpy.
I do. I am a bear if I don't get the proper amount of sleep.
Can I recommend the nap, sir?
I don't have time. I don't get home at 3.
Dawn doesn't get home until midnight.
And she doesn't nap.
And then she hits the treadmill, and then she does a debate with Larry, and then she's up at 2 because Larry's up earlier than her.
No, 3.
3, yes. That was pretty close, though, right?
Yeah, you were close.
I think I've got your schedule figured out. I see the minivan zipping around all the time.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, streaming live. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Please, everybody watching, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I see you not hitting the like button. I don't know why you're not doing it, so do it right now. Also, there's a poll up there. Will tonight's vice presidential debate matter right now? You want to take a guess at where the audience is, at least the YouTube audience? I'll start with Nick Kayal.
I will say 43% say yes.
43% say yes. Dawn?
45% say yes.
Okay, 56% say yes.
Wow, okay.
So the majority of people in this audience, at least on the YouTubes, believe that tonight's vice presidential debate will matter.
Okay.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go over there right now and vote.
All right. We will break that down in detail tomorrow. We'll get to your calls, 855-839-1210. And then also CBS's anti-Trump history and Tim Wall's 5 biggest lies. We'll get to that coming up before the cut sheet. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:06. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
Good morning this Tuesday morning. This is October 1st for us, 62 degrees, and we are cloudy with a chance of some spattering. So I'll tell you when the sun will emerge. This morning, sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live, we are sponsored by the American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center, because we want you to smile, especially with the sunshine, Greg Stocker. So let's look at the news this morning, getting an update on what happened in the East Mount Airy section of Philadelphia yesterday afternoon around dinner time, because this was a DoorDash driver. So that word from police that the victim targeted in the East Mount Airy section of the city, which is not a high crime area of the city. So this is a little bit unusual. He's a DoorDash food delivery driver. He was working at the time of the shooting. He had parked his car, was getting out of his vehicle when he saw somebody approaching him with a gun. And so he was trying to get away from that gunman, semi-automatic gunfire. So in this case, we have a man in critical condition after being shot and targeted here. According to Philadelphia police, they say they found a 29-year-old man laying face down, suffering from those gunshot wounds to his back. So this DoorDash driver rushed to the hospital, and this morning, he's in critical condition.
Guy's probably just trying to make a little extra money on the side, and he ends up on the wrong end of a gun exchange. Now, was he the targeted guy, or was that just by accident?
That's what it sounds like. Either what you so was this a case of an attempted robbery or attempted carjacking, or was this a case of mistaken identity?
Yeah,
I don't have that information. They do because it's a residential area. They have a lot of those Ring doorbell cameras. They're trying to review everything.
I think I've only ever used like a DoorDash or a Grubhub one time, and it was probably multiple years ago. They don't carry cash though, right? It's all paid via the app, correct?
Yes, that's
so
correct.
So why would you try to rob somebody that's paid electronically?
Stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't know that, that's what police are just trying to piece this together.
By the way, you've only used DoorDash or Grubhub or any of those once?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, if I get delivery, and I don't even get my pizza delivered anymore because of the extra charges. Plus, where I'm in Bluebell, all the pizza places are like 6 blocks away.
Such an old man.
So I just drive down the 6 blocks to get it to save the $5.
Honey, I'll go get it. Yes. You don't have to worry about the fees.
Girls, you can stay here with mom. Daddy needs to go out and get some fresh air.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're doing it to get out of the house.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, I get you.
And save money. But no, I don't use those apps because there's a charge for that too.
See, I love the Cosmos tomato pie. So that's what you have to do. We have to go have a beer next door. Maybe McNally's. You can get the pie from there.
Yeah.
We can meet in Chestnut Hill.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Right?
Let me know. I'm around.
Sneak out of the house.
Yes.
Both of you are sneaking out of the house.
Then somebody will bust us.
Dawn's like, it's cool. I'll go pick up the pie. No. Save your money. It's fine. It's fine.
Somebody will see Dawn and I be like, hey, what are you guys doing here?
What are you doing?
We just don't want to be around our spouses or our kids.
A couple of years ago, I was so against those delivery services because they just charge an exorbitant amount of money.
Yeah.
But now I see a lot of people are using it for like their jobs. So like I feel like I'm helping the economy by doing it.
Oh, well, look at you. You're like you're the stalker stimulus.
I don't know. Like I know a lot of people who lost their jobs or are using it as a second job, and like they're like we really depend on good tips to keep going.
Oh yeah. I'm all for people. We've talked about tipping culture a ton, but I'm paying $22 for a pizza now from a place. Then there's the delivery charge. Then there's the tip, and I got to pay a DoorDash fee. Should I finance this pizza? Can I get interest free for 18 months?
I will tell you, at a lot of places, like we get delivery from Cosmos, if you call the place directly,
yes,
not using the third party,
right? Like whatever happened to picking up the phone and calling, you'll be your order number 25.
Yes.
If it's like a mom and pop place like that, I'm with you, Don. I will just go right to the place and say, "Do you guys deliver?"
Yeah.
Like a pizza, there's a great pizza place by us that always delivers to us, so we don't use DoorDash for that. But for like Chipotle or stuff like that, it's so easy. You can just they bring it right to your doorstep.
Yeah.
I mean, what's better? I mean, you don't know what's on the other side, but
it's amazing. I can't think about the difference here on this show. This is why this show is so great. I can't wait to leave the house. Stalker doesn't want to emerge from his house.
It's true. It's true. I like having the convenience of having things delivered right to my door.
I do too. I use Amazon.
So speaking of, you're talking about.
Do either you do groceries delivered?
No, I'm doing Aldi now, thanks to Dawn's great recommendation.
Yeah,
Dawn Stenslin, you don't do groceries?
Every once in a while, I'll do delivery from Walmart.
Yeah,
which I love.
Oh, those wretched deplorables.
Walmart they have a great job with delivery, or maybe Target, or maybe Giant or Acme. Every once in a while, but not usually.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I want specific things.
Right.
And I like to pick my own produce.
Oh, I love to feel up the produce.
That's right.
Is it ripe? Is it too smushy?
How are the tomatoes? How are the peaches?
That's right. I'm big for squeezing produce.
Well, we're talking about dock workers began picketing before sunrise this morning here locally, Port of Philadelphia, early this morning hours after the International Longshoremen's Association, this is ILA, announced, as we've been telling you, its workers would go on strike. Well, they did, 12:01, stroke of midnight, and so this impacts all major ports along the East Coast, the Gulf Coast. We're talking about 45,000 workers from Texas to Maine, and they want better pay. They want job security. They are against and worried about any kind of automation, AI, that sort of thing. And so they say that the deals thus far, the offers so far, fell short of what ILA rank and file members are demanding in wages and protections against automation. And so the shipping industry group represents terminal operators as well as ocean carriers. They're prepared for the long haul, they say.
Okay.
So they're picketing. The local stations, I've been watching, they all have reporters out there on Packer Ave, Marine Terminal, South Philadelphia. They're carrying signs with written messages, no work without a fair contract, automation hurts families, we stand for job protection.
What are they trying to automate?
That's a good question.
I think that the future is robots, that robots will unload everything.
Yeah.
Unloading and loading. That's why yesterday it was crazy because they had this rush yesterday. Like here in Philadelphia, there were stories in mid-morning and throughout the afternoon. They were rushing to get everything offloaded. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they knew this was happening.
Yeah. Elon Musk has made a great point about automation, and it's interesting because he uses some of it, but he says we have to be careful with how much AI is implemented because while it might be cost-effective for these companies, you got to remember, these robots don't put the money back into the economy, right? You might be, that's the thing about having human beings is you pay them and then they go spend their money. And robots don't do that. Very astute point from Elon Musk a couple days ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, times unfortunately are changing, and you can get people to do, or you can get robots or machines to do some jobs.
Well, you can do that.
You need to adapt.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I hate to say that, but it's true.
So if video killed the radio star, did AI kill music radio hosts?
Well, that's the question.
Because they can't artificially create what we do here, folks.
Oh, yes, they can. Oh, yes, they can.
That's the scary part.
I will stand up against the machine and the man.
Yeah,
that's the scary part.
In fact, we're going to have a Michael Pelko, if you're listening, AI Nick Kayal. Let's get on that right now and see how long we can. See how long we can sustain a segment.
Good luck with your little board replicating what this guy does. All right?
See, and that's, in truth, that's why every once in a while, Nick will throw in a ran.
Yeah.
A ran instead of run.
Right. Or
because of
an
AI.
octogenarian for somebody that's 100.
That's
ain't seen nothing yet.
True story, no joke.
That's right.
That's my story.
I could be perfect, but I try to resonate with the common man, so I purposely have mishaps.
Don, you're brilliant.
Anyway.
You are the ultimate enabler. I've never met a human being who enables like you do.
So, by the way, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, I know that we'll talk about this on a national scale with the strike. Governor Josh Shapiro speaking out yesterday saying that he hopes both sides will work toward a deal, urging the union and USMX to, quote, stay at the table. I'll point out to you, these negotiations, they haven't negotiated face-to-face, according to these reports, in good faith since June.
Wow.
So we knew this was happening.
Mm-hmm. Now we're just left to tolerate and deal with it, right? And so we just have to suck it up now if the common folk get screwed here.
So according to ZipRecruiter, longshoremen make between $13 and $20 an hour. So
that's it?
According to ZipRecruiter.
Oh.
Yeah, these are not
a longshoreman's salary in Philadelphia. It's about $16 an hour on average.
So they want at least 77% more than that.
Yeah,
and part of that is because of inflation.
Yeah, how are these people not making $25-$30 an hour? My God.
Well, again, guys, if a robot can come in and do this job.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. But I just saw when I went to, speaking of Aldi, Dawn, I go to Aldi on Sunday. They had a sign up saying they were hiring at $18.50 an hour. Not that that's anything good, but I mean, $18.50 an hour to sit there in that little chair and scan groceries. Yet these people are making between $13 and $20 an hour.
I'm just going by what I see on ZipRecruiter.com as far as salaries go. Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, I'm sure somebody's going to tell you, they make way more than that. I'm just going with what the internet tells me.
All right.
In other news, we mentioned this earlier this morning as far as Pete Rose, obviously a Philadelphia icon when you think of our Phillies back in the 80s. But Pete Rose, all-time hits leader, was banned from baseball for betting on the sport, not here in Philadelphia, but he has died at the age of 83, that from his family. Philadelphia Phillies releasing a statement. Obviously, he helped the Phils to one of our 2 world championships during his 5 seasons here in Philadelphia, 1979 to 1983. And Philadelphia Phillies saying that he certainly was an integral role in bringing the team to its first World Series championship. That was one of the statements made by the Phillies in a statement they released last night.
Yep, and Pete's now in the afterlife, listening on the Odyssey app, waiting for Stalker's next FanDuel read. He's going to place a parlay up above.
And the basketball world losing an icon when Dikembe Mutombo died at just 58 years old.
I know.
Not only a star on the court, a memorable figure, family man for both his humanitarian work, that one crazy commercial that he had.
Mm-hmm.
So he was grew up in the Democratic Republic of Congo and didn't play basketball until he was 16 years old, but made his mark over 18-season NBA, 8 All-Star selections, 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards, inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame 2015.
Great piece to that 0-1 Sixer team that went to the finals with Iverson.
Allen Iverson.
Yep.
I was there. So 2 major sports stories that we're following for you this morning. And then, of course, looking to the storm aftermath. And it's the cleanup, and the death toll is rising following historic hurricane turned tropical storm Helene. So striking, obviously, making landfall in Florida last Thursday, and then going inland to the Carolinas, Tennessee, and beyond. So 6 different states. Asheville, North Carolina, hard hit. We've talked about 400 miles from where the storm made landfall, but a wide path of destruction and death across the southeast. More than 132 people dead in those 6 states: Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia. Trump in Georgia yesterday, and the Biden administration announcing that President Joe Biden will visit North Carolina at some point. I believe that will be tomorrow afternoon. He will be visiting, the devastation in North Carolina.
It's just awful. The footage, the one that really stands out to most of all of them is Asheville, North Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, that area is just ravaged.
I want to say this without being, mean, but how do you think this is going to affect voting in North Carolina in the November election?
I saw people yesterday trying to say that this is the Katrina moment.
It's not. It's not anywhere close to Katrina.
I don't know that I feel that.
Katrina was like thousands died. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
This is not anywhere close to Katrina.
I agree.
I'm just curious about, and again, there's still a lot of people unaccounted for and missing.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to trivialize this. I'm just taking it back to where we are. I'm just curious about how this will they give them? Because I think in 2018 there was some sort of natural disaster that delayed voting a little bit for one of the midterm elections.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if this will be the same.
Now, are you asking, will it have an impact on November 5th, or will it be brought up on tonight's debate?
No, it's definitely going to be brought up on tonight's debate. I'm more wondering about if this will affect voting in North Carolina, in those western
I'd like
areas.
to think so. I mean, North Carolina and Georgia are 2 of the 3 states that Trump needs to win. If he wants to win the election, he just needs to win 3 of the 7 swing states, and Trump has already beaten Kamala Harris to the punch in both states.
Well, Hurricane Helene, there is a headline 13 hours ago on NBC News that Hurricane Helene has scrambled mail and early
Yes.
voting plans
Yes.
in North Carolina. So it's delaying, the flooding delayed or destroyed mail ballots. It's a great question you asked, Greg. And so you're correct in just wondering this out loud, that it destroyed mail ballots. So they started out as they were supposed to be going out, but now this has forced the closings of several county election offices. So will this lead to more in-person voting in North Carolina and some of these other 5 states? In North Carolina, they're saying yes. In Western North Carolina, which is where, by the way, Biden is headed.
Yep.
So officials mailed 190,000 ballots last week, but now they're saying many obviously were probably destroyed by the flooding.
Well, this is like kind of a double-edged sword, right? If you're a Republican that doesn't trust mail-in ballots, you probably like this. Like, now we have to go November 5th. But if you took advantage of early voting so far, and I don't know if you mentioned the dates for those 2 states, what do you do now? Like, do you have to see, like, well, cancel that? Or are you going to let me know it was canceled so I can still go vote in person?
I mean, almost the entire area of Asheville right now has no running water.
I know.
So the last thing on their mind is voting. Right. And you know, if they're still struggling to get water back up and power and all that stuff, like, when is the Postal Service going to start running again?
And they probably also couldn't care less about tonight's debate because they have no access to watch it.
I have a friend who lives down in that area, and they said all the roads in and out, like the major roads in and out of Asheville, are completely either washed away or blocked with debris.
Yeah, they look like rivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and obviously North Carolina, battleground state, we've talked a lot about. Early in-person voting is scheduled to begin October 17th across more than 400 locations across North Carolina. And so will those, by October 17th, I mean, today's October 1st. So you bring up a great point. Physically, you know, they're already talking about staffing issues because this is an emergency and they don't have power, they don't have water. People's homes were washed away or unlivable.
And we still haven't had the October surprise yet.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the October surprise.
Yeah. I mean,
in a horrifying way, obviously.
It's it's very interesting because you're going to get a lot of people who are not going to,
want to vote
or care. You know what I mean? Like their homes are swept away. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Election officials in other states affected by the hurricane, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee, they're also speaking out about this, and they're saying that they face challenges. North Carolina, I think, is the worst hit, but all of these other states, and then you think about rural areas, and then you think about, who's affected, maybe people who don't have money, maybe, poor people, and so how does that impact folks if they don't have transportation, housing, etc.? So this will be an important issue, and like I say, we'll probably know more because the national media will follow Biden there tomorrow. So we'll probably get our best sense of this tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep.
I would imagine. So just so much happening as we look through that as well. We're sponsored this morning by American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center. Improve your smile with Lumineers. Dr. Heinbaugh of the American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center is our area's only certified Lumineers dentist. So just get a dynamite smile, no grinding, shots, or pain. Visit myspringfielddentist.com, myspringfielddentist.com. Thank you, American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center. We're looking for our fills, watching for, as we talked about we talked about Pete Rose and his passing, thinking about the Phillies in a World Series, how long ago it was. So we're watching very closely with Brewers Mets, right?
That's correct.
And so that was the choices
tonight. Yeah, tonight at 5:30.
So we're watching to see which one of those we will be facing off with and dreaming of our own World Series championship with our Phils. The forecast, what a lovely forecast moving into the weekend. Today and tomorrow, I'm sorry, Greg, we still have to contend with not bright sunny skies.
Not bright.
But you will, not bright, but you will see the sun. The sun will maybe a glimpse of it today, maybe like a 10% chance to see the sun. 70 degrees today, a little spattering, yes, of more of that annoying drizzle today, 70 degrees. Tomorrow, the sun does come out, partly sunny, 72 degrees. And then for your Thursday, 76 degrees. We begin a warm-up between Thursday through Sunday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that's the warm-up. Thursday, 76. Friday, 79. Saturday, 78 degrees. All mostly or more sunshine than clouds. And then Sunday's really the perfect day. Bright sunny skies, 75 degrees. Enjoy this sunny stretch once it begins tomorrow, because next Monday and Tuesday, we go back to that dreary, rainy pattern of raw, rainy weather in the upper to mid 60s and rain starting next Monday. So enjoy the sunny stretch. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in just about 20 minutes. Before we get there, up next, Tim Wall's 5 biggest lies. How much of that should J.D. Vance put in his repertoire tonight, or should he stick to the issues? And CBS News, with a long history of anti-Trump bias, we'll give you those 6 moments when we continue. Kayal & Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Cape May is beautiful in the fall, and great news, the Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey offers so many wonderful packages and special theme weekends this fall. It's going to help you make memories that'll last a lifetime. From September 29th through December 21st, book a fabulous fall midweek stay, and when you stay multiple nights, you will receive resort credits that can be used at Hemingway's for food and drink or at the gift shop. Also, check out their Grand Escape weekends, and it's not too early to think about Thanksgiving break. The family will love an ocean holiday Thanksgiving. While Hemingway's is doing the cooking and cleaning up, you and the family can use the gigantic indoor heated swimming pool and actually enjoy your Thanksgiving break. The Grand is the perfect place for you and your spouse or the entire family. Whatever your travel wish this fall, the Grand has specials and incentives to fit all your travel wishes. You will not be disappointed, so book directly with them for the best rates. Book your stay today by calling 800-257-8550, 800-257-8550, or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement. Confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you tired of relying on caffeine for a quick energy fix? There's a better way to revitalize your body from within. Introducing Oracine by Rescue Natural Supplements, the cellular energizer that helps your body produce its own natural fuel. Say goodbye to daily fatigue and hello to lasting energy. As a bonus, Oracine supports heart health, optimal blood pressure too. That's why you can't miss out on this exclusive radio offer. Buy one bottle of Oracine, get another absolutely free. Simply use the code FUEL when you place that order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Be sure to use that code FUEL, FUEL, for this buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Oracine. Remember, use the code FUEL at res-q.com today.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days. If your credit needs a rebuild, call Ray Reynolds and receive a $1,000 cash credit card at closing. Raise your credit score to 750 or more. Call Ray Reynolds at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295. Learn about Ray's secrets to success and how he can fix and improve your credit score to 750 or more. Call the godfather of credit rebuild, Ray Reynolds, at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
It's not just about watching the game, it's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it, it's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:35. It is Kayal and Company. The cut sheet coming up shortly as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tim Walz, his 5 biggest lies. CBS News, 6 moments of clear anti-Trump bias. We will get to that here in just a moment. But I do want to take Ed's call first because that's going to lead us to the Tim Walz 5 biggest lies. Ed, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Ed, you go right ahead.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I get up, it's dark, but you guys always light my spark.
You're really. I was actually going to leave you out to dry there and make you feel awkward, but you really put some thought into this, Ed. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, absolutely. Nick, Dawn, and Greg always got my spark going. So here's the deal. You know what? If Tim Walsh gets tagged by Vance with some of his, Tampon Tim, stolen valor, let's let a city burn, and his wife saying, I'm opening up the windows to smell the tires burning, I think that will change a few votes.
So you think he should do that, or you think he should stick to the issues? Because stolen valor is great. It's valid. Bringing up the Haitian stuff probably won't work. Now, as far as the whole tampon thing, again, that hasn't been verified. So I think if Vance stays on policy and issues and then throws in the stolen valor, to me, that's the right balance, Ed.
Oh, yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more, but I'm just pointing out a few things that I'm hoping he tags them with, because this guy, in my opinion, is nothing short of a whack job like the other whack job that's running.
Yep, I agree. I think Tim Walz is definitely a clown. I appreciate the call, Ed. So when we talk about Tim Walz and the 5 biggest lies, Blaze Media put together his top 5 lies, and I think you can bring up all of these. Number one, first and foremost, the way the Blaze phrases this, the most obvious line of attack is the stolen valor claim. We've talked about that. We've covered that. Here's the other 4 that he can bring up, although I do think he needs to be careful with number 3. We'll get to that in a moment. Number 2, he says, the Blaze says, as far as Tim Walz and the 5 biggest lies, then there's the time he blamed the mayor of Minneapolis for the deadly rioting in the city. They go on to say, no joke, he went to the torched city where a police precinct was among dozens of buildings destroyed by a criminal mob and slammed city officials when the mayor produced his text messages and phone calls begging for the governor to send in the National Guard. Walz's people said those don't count as a, quote, formal request. Grammar and formal requests, truly amazing stuff. I think you can bring that up. Here's the one thing that you can bring up, but I think this opens up the can of worms for Roe v. Wade and abortion. Now, Tim Walz has been documented as lying about as the way the Blaze phrases this. And then there's the whole IVF thing. In vitro fertilization is a big part of Walz's identity. It featured prominently in his DNC debut as a personally outraged story to highlight Republicans' push to outlaw the fertility treatment. Democrat-aligned reporters lapped it up. NBC aired a story about his family's 7-year IVF journey. Taxpayer-funded NPR called Walz a new kind of reproductive messenger. The problem is that the whole thing was a lie. Walz and his wife never used IVF, and none of their children were conceived through it. Further, no Republican of any note has called for outlawing the process. Yet another blatantly political lie. Politically helpful lies are a near constant for Walz. So let me just stop right there. And Dawn, you always handle this subject much better than Greg and I do as the female of the show. I think any female can handle this subject better than a man for the most part. Does JD Vance have to be careful about bringing up the IVF lie? Because the CBS Modders will eventually get to abortion. So does he have to wait for that moment, or does he just re-clarify Trump's position on making it a state issue? I feel like that's a delicate thing. If you attack Walz on the IVF lies, it's almost like the media is going to gang up on you for that. And I don't think you want that out in the news cycle.
Well, Trump has said that he supports in vitro fertilization. He's come out. He said he even suggested that insurance companies should cover more of it, because back in the day when it was maybe a newer or new-ish technology, insurance companies did cover more of it. And depending on which insurance company you have, they may not cover it, and it can be expensive. So Trump has suggested it should be covered by insurance. So this lie that Trump does not support in vitro fertilization, it's just a lie.
Okay.
He came out and he said, I support IVF and that it's a great pathway, and that he believes, in fact, insurance companies should cover more of it to help families.
Speaking of that subject, number 4, the 4th lie, Tim Walz has also falsely alleged that Trump wants to create a government agency to monitor women's pregnancies to prevent abortions. That has been fact-checked. That is not true. And then lastly, number 5, there's the time that Walz claimed that school children in Minnesota didn't miss more than 10 days of school during COVID, when in reality, he ordered the schools closed for the rest of the school year. You can read the details of all of those 5 lies that the Blaze fact-checked at the Blaze's website. And then we flip it back to CBS News as we wrap here before we get to the cut sheet. CBS News with a long history of anti-Trump bias. And this goes back to, what are we going to see tonight? Are we going to see CBS kind of take a page from ABC's playbook and obviously try not to hide their bias, only fact-check Vance, not fact-check Walz? Will there be hostility, or will they be more like CNN back on June 27th when they stayed out of it and let Trump and Biden do their thing? Obviously, you have the Leslie Stahl situation from 2020 when she interviewed Donald Trump. Remember, we've played this clip many times, whether it's the cut sheet or the big take about the laptop of Hunter Biden, and Leslie Stahl kept trying to say, well, we've never verified that. Ultimately, CBS News verifies it in 2022. Catherine Herridge, one of those individuals, along with Miranda Devine. Other moments of CBS bias: Gayle King is a previous Kamala Harris donor, and she has repeatedly interviewed and defended Kamala Harris over the years. You have CBS News in September of 2023 admitting to editing unflattering Harris commentary in an interview exchange with one of the debate moderators, Margaret Brennan. So we have that as number 3. By the way, you can read this at foxnews.com. Number 4, the moment of CBS bias against Trump in favor of Harris, when Margaret Brennan and O'Donnell both came out and chastised Trump after the July assassination attempt in Butler, PA, saying he needs to, quote, lower the temperature. Number 5, Margaret Brennan defending Harris from Trump's false attack when they were talking about this was the full-blown communist comments right after she rolled out her first economic policy on price gouging. Margaret Brennan once again went to the defense of Kamala Harris. And then lastly, this was just recently when Margaret Brennan sat down with an interview with J.D. Vance. We've mentioned J.D. Vance has done, as of about 2 weeks ago, 59 interviews on all of the Sunday shows, far and away more visible, more vocal than Trump, Walz, and Harris in the public sector of interviews. And she got really combative and snippy with J.D. Vance during their most recent interview. So as we wrap up here, do we have any reason to believe that CBS will get it right and play it down the middle? Or are they as tainted as ABC, which, by the way, keep in mind, we knew this going into the ABC debate. Remember this. They had 100% positive spin score coverage of Kamala Harris on ABC's Evening News with David Muir and a 93% negative spin score rate on Donald Trump. CBS News, I feel like they need to get it right. They need to be impartial. They need to be right down the middle, Dawn. But I have no reason to believe that they will be based on the track record we just laid out.
I think that for Norah O'Donnell, whose contract is up and she's being demoted off the anchor desk.
Will she care, or does she go down with the ship tonight, guns a-blazing?
That's just
question.
it.
Does she burn the village down?
So will she go so she could go either way. In other words, if depends on where her agent is looking or who she's talking to, right?
Right. If she wants another network gig, you might want to play it straight down the middle, right?
And so if you can prove that you're a tough interviewer, but you are respectful, that you're a person of integrity, does that raise her ranking, or does she go all left? So I think Margaret Brennan, generally speaking, even though they all skew left, I think Margaret is pretty good. And I think usually she tries to play it down the middle, but she's very tough. She's very smart. As far as Norah O'Donnell, she has shown more bias, in my opinion, but I think she will be on her best behavior because she's months away from being demoted. I mean, they've essentially told her, you're number 3, you're failing in the ratings, and so we're going to reassign you. And when you're told that as an anchor, that's the third rail or whatever you want to say. So she is going to be on her best behavior to try to be fair.
Yeah, sucks when you're number 3.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Can't relate. Paul is in Westchester. Paul, you go right ahead, sir.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Dawn like to do numbers. First, let me start with this. Hate feeds fear, and fear feeds hate. So you guys promote that a lot. But also, let me ask you about, you said about this Haitians. And like Dawn said, this was possible of fake news. You didn't say it was fake like that. I mean, Greg, can I get one of those? Stop getting our news from Twitter.
I say that all the time. Yeah.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
There you go, Paul.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome,
with that
my friend.
said, all right. So now here it is. You do the numbers, Dawn. Even when Trump came in office, how many refugees came in? So as 1.5 million. So out of this, what about the Afghanistan, all the other nations, Ukrainian? They don't all speak English. However, it's not them people fault Haitians that they can speak 3 different languages, French, Creole, and English. Who in a day's time does not know or how to speak English? So also, they revitalized the town, but yet and still, I'm ready to yoke all this together. So that being said, what's the difference that stand out between them 1.5 million that came in compared to these 15,000? So if you were to sit there and put them all in blonde hair and blue eyes like Fox News do, as you know, Nick, that you watch on a regular, all blonde hair, blue eyes.
They look good, don't they?
From your standards. So if you were to put the Haitians in blonde hair, blonde hair, what would stand out? So let's think of this.
Well, let me ask you this. But let's just separate you're talking about the Haitians, and then are you talking about 15,000 murderers, or are you talking about 15 million illegals? Which one are you talking about? I just want to make sure I got your numbers right.
Okay, you were saying that it came in, 1.5 refugees came in during the time, and it was 15,000. So you do the percentage. That's almost less than 1% of the people who are the refugees, but yet you are still picking out these Haitians.
Right, but you have to look at the But Paul, you have to look at the population of that town. This is a town. If you're talking about 15,000 in a city of 60,000, that's a very big ratio. I mean, we're not talking 15,000 people in New York City where they've got like 8, 9, 12 million people, whatever it is. We're talking, Bumble F, Springfield, Ohio. I mean, it's like Bluebell.
Listen, I want to clarify because Paul brought me into it. When I reported on the people from Haiti, what I said in Ohio, they came here legally. They were invited, the vast majority of people. Yeah. Let me just repeat this. They were invited by that Ohio town where they needed workers, and as well there was a connection between churches in Haiti that were trying to help Haitians who were fleeing a gang-torn and violent-torn country that has all kinds of unrest. Mm-hmm. The people from Haiti, the vast majority, came from Haiti legally through a legal pathway, invited.
Which I don't think anybody has a problem with.
The problem that they're facing currently is that then with the open borders and so on, other people were coming over on top of that.
Right, they don't have the infrastructure or the resources. They have a humanitarian
situation that they've asked Congress to help with. So the Haiti issue is separate from the other issue, and I don't want to conflate the two, because the other issue that we learned about on Friday was that 15,000 illegal folks who are not Haitian, who came over the border.
That's what I was trying to make sense of with all these different numbers.
And so, Paul, I just want to say this because it's very important, and there's a lot of confusion about this. The 15,000 number of convicted killers in their home countries, and then another 13,000+ convicted rapists. Yep. They came into the country. They were deemed as they were going to be deported, but then they were let go into this country before they could get their court date. Mm-hmm. That is a separate issue from any issue of Haitians coming here legally invited by Ohio. So I just want to clarify that.
Yep. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, find out what's on the cut sheet, which will include Kamala Harris on a basketball podcast. The comments to this are great, and we will have our thoughts as well. On top of other things in the cut sheet that Stalker has lined up, and you'll find out what's on it when we come back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water, and it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Have you ever wondered or even considered the difference between credited interest returns and gains on Wall Street? One you get to keep and control. The other one comes and goes. We're going to analyze investors' returns on the S&P 500 from 2000 to 2015, and then we're going to compare them to a certificate of deposit only compounding at 2% during that same time period. Using data curated by Delbar Corporation, which is this country's leading analytic firm over Wall Street, investors only averaged a total of 2.66% per year from 2000 to 2015. Now, this does indicate that $100,000 invested in the year 2000 through 2015 has grown to an estimated $128,000 or less when you consider the fees of one's portfolio. But you also must remember how much time was lost during that 15-year period. You grew it, you lost it, now you have to regrow it. Now that's being victimized by Wall Street and the 2 market crashes and then waiting to recover your lost gains. Now, had the same investor put $100,000 in a certificate of deposit with a compounding interest rate of 2% from 2000 to 2015, that investor's principal would have grown to $135,000 with no fees, no market loss, and no lost growth time. Now, knowing the difference between credited interest returns and gains that are vulnerable to market risk and fees can shield you from the dangers of Wall Street so you can enjoy a retirement with peace of mind. Stop losing time with Wall Street and start gaining time in your retirement.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal 7:55 as we continue this morning. Still ahead, Kamala Harris and her Pennsylvania problem. Very interesting breakdown from Politico. And also a scoop from Axios, why Democrats in Michigan say internal polls have the Veep, Kamala Harris, underwater in the Wolverine state. We'll get to those, and also some interesting, funny stories with Netflix, and what's the deal with Republicans and steakhouses. We'll hit on those as we continue this morning. But we're starting a new tradition on Kayal and Company. It's the 7:56 edition.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to start pushing the cut sheet back to 8 o'clock because we cannot hit 7:45 to save our lives.
No,
which is fine. It's fine. It's good.
You know, with three people that like to talk.
It all starts with the big take. You know what I mean? Like we do news for 18 minutes in the beginning, and then the big take is 20. And, you know, by then we're off and running.
If I eclipse 8 minutes on the big take, just kill my microphone and cut me off. They do that to Cavuto every day. He can never wrap his interview. They go right to the 5. He's in mid-sentence.
That's amazing.
Guy's been on TV since the Stone Age.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Learn your hard outs, pal. Well, who am I to sit there? We have soft outs, and I still can't hit them.
It's true.
All right.
Everybody who fills in on the show, they're always like, what kind of clock do you have? And clock in the business means, you know, or like I don't know. We just go until we stop.
There's so much.
Yeah, clock meaning we're on from this time to that time, and then we break and we come back. And usually, if you hit it on time, you're typically doing a nice job. But you know.
Gary writes, just start at 5:45 a.m. No.
I know.
We used to start at 5:30.
Yeah, we're not starting at 5:30. I'm done with that.
Wait, when was 5:30?
We started at 5:30 a long time ago. Yeah.
This wasn't like a pandemic thing, was it?
No.
Okay.
No, it was before that.
Because when I was in Atlanta during the pandemic, the Odyssey sports station that I worked for moved the morning show. Think about this. They went from 6 to 10 to 5:30 to 10 during the height of the pandemic when sports were on pause.
Oh man.
Hugh Douglas, who's now doing the midday show down the hall on WIP, he was like, wait a minute, so we got to do 4.5 hours when there's no sports to talk about?
Yep.
He actually loved it.
I'm sure he did.
He did.
I'm sure you shine, too.
Well, you know. All right, let's get to...
that was... Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
No, I'm just...
Yeah. Let's find out what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet? The now 8 o'clock cut sheet. What's on the cut sheet? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Dawn, Nick, you guys watch sports over the weekend. Did you notice they're not Kamala Harris ads, but they're anti-Kamala Harris ads by the Trump campaign, hitting Harris for supporting taxpayer-funded sex change operations for prisoners?
Yes, and I think even some Democrats have seen that, and they're like, oh, I didn't know she was that far left.
I'm glad you said that. Charlemagne the God, who everybody foolishly said, hey, could he be voting for Trump? There was no chance he was ever voting for Trump. Is now he said on his show yesterday that he saw that, he was like, wow, that was really effective. Cut one, Phil, go.
I'll tell you what, that ad they was running during the football games this weekend claiming the vice president supports funding gender transition surgeries for all prison inmates and migrants in the U.S., that was nuts. I don't know if it was...
I wouldn't say nuts, but that was crazy.
That was funny.
I don't know if it was the backdrop of football, but when you hear the narrator say Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners, that one line, I was like, hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
I definitely see that. She did
that ad was effective.
Kamala took a picture with a transgender. It was this what they were saying, that it made it seem like Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money. That's what it came across.
Yeah, isn't that what they're saying?
It literally said that Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners, and it talks about how she supports funding gender transition surgeries for all prison inmates and migrants in the United States. That ad was impactful.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah. You're sitting there, you're binge watching football on a Saturday or a Sunday, and you see that ad and you're not aware of what's going on, and you're, an entry-level political observer, and you see the Trump ad where, they've got the headlines from the newspaper with the source, Washington Post or LA Times, whatever it might be. That resonates. There's no doubt.
I agree with you, and if you're some of these ads come on and they're so biting because it goes from like beer commercial to this commercial to fun, here's Snoop Dogg doing this, and then all of a sudden it's Kamala Harris supports transgender operations for, and it just, you're like, what the hell does she, what?
Right, and then think about the trifecta here. Not only does she support it for prison inmates, then on top of it, add in illegal immigrants that are in prison. So imagine that. You come from another country, you're here illegally, You have a rap sheet in your old nation. You come here as a recidivist, a repeat offender. You do it again. You're in the can, and you say, you know what? I want to cut off my genitalia. And Bob in San Francisco, who pays way too much on taxes to begin with, has to fund that?
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's all about getting, what's the old saying? Get people where they are. And if you're sitting on the couch not following that much politics and you see that, you're like, hell no. Yep. You know what I mean? If it works on guys like that, it's an effective ad.
By the way, a transition, Philadelphia Center for Transgender Surgery says the price list mentions estimates of up to $140,000 to transition from male to female, $124,000 to transition from female to male.
Yeah.
So even if this is rare, just think about, let's say you have a few or a handful or 10. I mean, you're looking at a minimum of $124,000 for a transition of one individual. I mean, $124,000
It's a down payment on a house.
Yep.
It's 3 vehicles from the Piazza Auto Group.
And by the way, not for nothing, but let's say somebody goes in and they say, well, I want a boob job.
Yeah.
Like I'm biologically born woman, but I want a vagina rejuvenation. Then wouldn't it be discrimination?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be discrimination against a born female if you just wanted to get a little rejuvenation to feel, female?
Yeah. Look, as long as you're an adult and I'm not funding it, do what you want. If you're a minor, that's where I have a problem. And if it's coming on my tax dollars, that's where I have a problem.
Vagina rejuvenations for all.
Yes. Well, we said that months ago on the show. We need to make vaginas great again.
See,
I totally endorse that.
Next time we interview Trump, we'll say, Mr. President, the Harris administration wants to pay for transition surgeries for folks coming here illegally. What about, vagina rejuvenation for just, American women who want a little boost?
91LSXer on the YouTube chat wants to know why these transition centers are always next door to scrapple factories.
Oh.
It's not right. It's not right.
Protein.
It's not right.
Protein.
Oh, God. See, Dawn, you always take it one step too far.
Oh, we're sitting here.
Everybody always accuses me or you, Nick, of being juvenile, and it's actually
Are you
Dawn.
calling me a cheap trick?
It's actually always Dawn.
We won't make it that hard.
Do you guys still know people who wear masks?
It's funny. Let me actually, no, I have not personally seen anybody or know anybody. Oh, no, I take that back. I don't know anybody that does, but I certainly do see it from time to time.
So here's my thing. I'm a germaphobe. Like a huge germaphobe. I wouldn't wear a mask for COVID. I don't care about COVID. I don't want the flu. I don't want any of that stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't wear masks, but if I did, it would be because I just hate germs and people.
Okay. My sister, I wanted to make sure I got this right. Sunday at 10:07 a.m. sent me a picture of a guy at Giant wearing a KN95 mask.
Oh, I see it all the time.
Let me see if I don't know if we can zoom in here, Phil, on the YouTube chat. You'll
Phil.
see there's the guy shopping.
Well, let's not show his face.
Well, you're not gonna see his face. He's got a mask on and it's on a cell phone.
Okay.
You have no idea who that is. You don't even know what Giant this is from.
I've met the only thing I will say, I've met some people at events who, they said there was something unusual. My child or a family member is battling cancer or went through a surgery or something, to that effect, where they just feel like they want to, not bring stuff home. But truthfully, even before the pandemic, every once in a while, you would meet somebody like that. There's something, that's unusual and dramatic in somebody's life, and even international travelers sometimes. If they've traveled and then somebody had some immune issue.
Yeah,
but,
you see a lot of people from China and stuff wearing masks because that's their culture and stuff. Bill Maher did a funny bit on it over the weekend. This is cut 3, Phil. Go.
New rule, people who are still wearing masks in public in September of 2024 have to write the reason why on the mask. And here are the reasons we will accept. I have a cold. I have a cold sore. My lip piercing got infected. I'm Asian. I'm a huge and I've been in a I've been in a coma since 2021. Wait, are we not still doing this?
It's good.
It's so good. And here's the thing. You talk about the people that, I have cancer, I have this, I have that. There's been countless studies that have been showed across the globe that are not put on broadcast television in this country that have shown that masks
That's for AI.
They
Love
don't.
you.
Yes,
For AI.
masks don't work. So you sit here and say, "Well, I have an immune compromised." They don't work. The mask doesn't know you're immune compromised. So if it's me or if it's somebody that's got 4 comorbidities currently, the mask offers the same lack of protection to all of us. It doesn't discriminate based on your current condition. But you know why you don't see these? And we've given you these studies. They're done in Finland and Norway and all these, and they do sample A versus sample B, and the results have showed that there was no noticeable difference in those who wore them and those who did not. But you know why you don't see them here? Because as Anderson Cooper wraps up his monologue on COVID, what's the first commercial you see? Pfizer.
Yep.
That's why.
Yep. You're 100%
And,
right.
But then people are like, well, you're being so inhumane. Look, I'm just telling you the facts. I'm sorry that you have cancer. My father-in-law had cancer and diabetes. I got the 2 shots because I was told I would spread it to him, and I didn't want to be the guy that killed my father-in-law. And we find out it was not worth anything. I didn't do anything to help my father-in-law by me being vaxxed because it had no impact on him.
Dr. Love on the YouTube chat writes, Nick is our Pete Rose, banned from sports radio for life.
That is correct, folks. All because, much like Donald Trump, I put an R in front of my name as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah. It was risky. It was risky coming here.
Yeah. As a man who likes to roll the dice, that's what I do. I take risks.
Kamala Harris was on the All the Smoke podcast. I am not familiar with this, guys. Forgive me. I know a lot of podcasts.
Yeah.
But I'm not familiar with this. Nick, can you just give me a little background on who?
I don't know the podcast, but I know the guys who host it from when they played basketball, Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. I actually think Matt Barnes might have been a Sixer for a brief period of time. But they were middle-of-the-road, solid NBA players. Steven Jackson was a scorer, and Matt Barnes was kind of an antagonist defensive player. And much like everybody these days, they have a podcast.
She broke out her accent when she was talking to Steven Jackson about being friends with somebody since kindergarten and how they used to go to, and I'm just saying how she says it, so don't shoot the messenger. She says, we used to go to the clubs in the Coupe de Ville.
We had a girl that called in a couple of weeks ago. Is it code breaking, code speaking, code? It's code something.
Code changing.
Code changing.
Code switching.
Code switching.
Cut 8, Phil. Go.
Do you have people in your life who applaud your success? Do you have people in your life who you trust? Do you have people in your life who, when you trip and fall, they laugh with you and then they pick you up and push you back out there? There are people that you know who will be those people if you choose to have them. I am blessed to have an incredible family and incredible friends. My best friend from kindergarten is still one of my best friends.
That's crazy.
Right? Stacey Johnson.
Yeah, that's dope. I love it.
We used to go to the clubs and her father Seville.
There it is.
See?
There it is.
And so I think that's part of it, right? Because you do need the support to deal with it. And especially, I mean, people who are active on social media, it's hard out there. It's tough. And you have to find things. Like, I love to cook.
Yes, we know that. It's Kamala's Kitchen. We should do like an SNL skit with Kamala's Kitchen. How many more clips of that do you have, by the way? Because I want to save these comments till we're done. Okay. All right. But that one right there, Steven Jackson is the guy on the left. Matt Barnes is on the right. Did you notice the eye roll from Steven Jackson there? Yeah. You got to pick up on it if you're watching when they show him. I don't know where that clip came from as far as at what moment of the interview. I think Steven Jackson might have been like, on second thought, man, maybe we should have just had an athlete on.
She busted out laughing, and there's silence from both of them, and you could hear the awkward silence where she stopped. Like, boy, I guess that wasn't that funny.
Yeah. See, that's the thing with all these podcasters. Even Joe Rogan, they're all so low energy. I don't like listening to podcasters interview people. It is so flatlined, right?
Yep.
There's no juice to it at all.
Does anybody know anything about this? Like, is this a big podcast? Like, do they get a lot of Is it in the top 10, the top 5?
That's a good question. Phil, maybe we can, if you can look up, Phil or Jimmy, look up to see where this podcast ranks in like the downloads.
Because I don't know if you guys saw the top 3 the other day for podcasts was Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, and the Hawk Tua girl.
Hawk Tua is up to 3?
Yep.
Well, I guess it's more like 15 weeks of fame, not 15 minutes.
I know.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Let's see, right there, folks. So forget all this hope, joy, and change hogwash that the Biden administration and Harris tout on you. You can be a star at any moment in this country, and it can happen like that with the most obtuse thing possible. You think Hawk Tua needed all these ridiculous policies like DEI? No, she said, I'm going to put a little spit on that thing, and now she's making more than me.
Because she put spit on that thing.
The American dream is alive. You just need to have talent and find a niche.
Nick, if it can happen to you, it can happen to anybody.
Hey, if I can make $18 an hour, you can too.
Speaking of Kamala liking to cook, she said she was asked about what happened, like what she did when Joe Biden called her and told her that he was dropping out of the race.
Cartwheels?
She cooked. Oh. According to her. Cut 9, Phil,
so
go.
She made the Last Supper.
Cut 9, Phil,
Look,
go.
from the time that the president called me and told me he wasn't running, I mean, it just like everything was in speedy motion. And I was not sleeping so well. And that one morning, I had, I don't know, a few hours sleep, and I like to sleep. I just got up, and so I just went out and got a pork roast and started marinating.
See, time to work. Get to your happy place.
And my family happened to be in town, so they were very happy about the whole situation. But I just got up and started, everybody's asleep, I just got up and started cooking.
All right, pork roast, very underrated, especially if you marinate that.
100%.
Got to wonder if that's a dry rub or more of a wet marinade, but, to each their own. I was a lot like this. I was a lot like Kamala. I was advocating for a job. I was trying to get a new position. I was sleep deprived. I wasn't taking my naps in June of 2022. And then Stalker picked up the phone and he called me. And next thing I know, I was here. There's no doubt about it that she was in on it. I mean, first of all, she was complicit in the lie of Joe is fine and Joe is good. But if you, think about this. We were all talking about the Clintons, the Obamas, Pelosi, Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, everybody that's high, Obama, all the power brokers. There's no way that she was just kind of sitting back caught off guard. She knew that the code red was called. She was just waiting for the execution to be delivered.
Well, that's the thing about this clip and why I pulled it, because I think it's one of the most interesting things she said was because she's acting as if she didn't know that this was, everybody in her party had to get together and be like, we need to do this.
Joe had that debate on June 27th. July 21st, he drops out. It's as soon as we finished the bike ride in Atlantic City, the news came across people's phones. Hey, Nick, Joe just dropped out. I just look at Greg. I'm like, we got our big take for tomorrow. For 3 weeks, you think Kamala was in the clouds? She's just sitting there waiting for the go-ahead, basically. Hey, once we get Joe out of the equation, you're the girl we're rolling with.
What's one of Kamala's guilty pleasures as far as food goes? Really hard-hitting interview this is, by the way. Maybe that's the whole point, right, guys? Cut 11, Phil, go.
One of my guilty pleasures, especially when I'm on the road, are my Doritos.
Oh, what flavor?
Nacho. Old school, original.
OG.
Come on.
Yeah. OG.
Come on.
Red bag.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. That's exactly. Got to have a napkin nearby. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
First of all, they're not called Doritos.
Doritos.
Doritos?
No.
Wait,
Doritos.
She's never had a Dorito in her life. Let's be honest.
And the only time we've ever seen her eat Doritos on television is the staged ad with her and Doug at the convenience
store.
store.
God.
Dougie Doritos, as Sean Farish would say. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. But you know what this is? One of the comments, Outkick did a write-up about this, and they took all the comments that were happening to the post of the podcast, and one of them is, damn, they're using this platform for her BS nonsense. It's so sad that this has become an influencer election. And I want to highlight that for a moment because I said what she is in this reincarnation since July 21st, she is a social media creation. It's almost like, I don't know that she really exists, but she is This whole thing, like she just dropped down brand new from the political heavens. She's not new. She has no substance, and she has everybody else driving the ship for her. She's a car on autopilot. And I will never drive a vehicle that drives itself. I want to hold the wheel myself.
I got to say, this whole podcast is just nonsense. And you can say, well, Trump did Theo Vaughn. But if you really watch the entire Theo Vaughn podcast, which I did, yes, he did it. Theo Vaughn did it in a goofy way by asking him about cocaine and talking to, but the underlying message there was about Trump's
straight edge.
Yes, and Trump's family history with alcoholism and drug abuse and how his brother died from it. Like there was a lot of heavy topics that were discussed in that interview. This is just nonsense. This is just absolute crap.
The only thing and these are, she's on here with, former NBA stars, right? The only thing that I've found significant out of the whole thing was that they talk about how sad it is that, as far as Oakland, as far as all the sports franchises they've lost. And I would just point out on that, yeah, you know why you lost all your sports franchises? Because they all heard, get out, just like a lot of businesses, and they fled your area because of your woke, progressive, horrifying policies as a quote unquote, she was the AG and chief prosecutor in the area, and she didn't prosecute crime. So all these teams, all these businesses fled the area, and yet she goes, oh yeah, remember we used to drive by in Oakland and all of our great teams? Yeah, it was your fault.
Well, to your point, think about this. The Oakland Raiders left Oakland for Las Vegas. Las Vegas is Sin City, gambling, booze, and prostitution. They felt like their business would thrive more in a place called Sin City than Oakland, California. By the way, the comments to this podcast, these are great. And this goes to show you why I don't think this lands. And what's the objective here? Obviously, Kamala Harris trying to garner up support with the black vote, right? That's obvious. But did it work? Here's some of the comments. Funny thing is, she would have locked both of y'all up for smoking weed when she was an attorney. Come on, guys. Here's a few more. If it wasn't Trump against her, no one would vote for this woman. What accent did she speak with? ? Damn, they're using your platform for her BS nonsense. Wow. What the actual F is this? I lost all respect for you guys. Mad love for your game and individuals, but this is an L. This woman has been in office for 4 years and hasn't done a single thing to make my country better. Another one, not even political. Respectfully, she just gives off fake vibes. Last one, sports podcast turned sellout. It's a shame. Let's keep politics out of sports news and podcasts. If the goal was to win with this, I'm not sure that it hit the mark.
Agreed. And all that she did by going on here was reminding people where she grew up. Berkeley, on the says left coast.
Yep.
And by her talking about that, she reminds everybody as far as Oakland's disastrous economy, for which she is partly to blame.
She was asked about her economic plan.
Oh, they actually asked her a policy question?
Well, how do you think she started it?
She was a middle-class kid.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
Going from a show to a whole entire company, what is your economic plan moving forward for people who are living paycheck to paycheck and struggling for groceries and rent and homeowners?
So, look, I grew up, my sister and I were raised by our mother. We lived for a long time in an apartment on top of a
Here, stop it for 1 second. Stop it for 1 second. I mean, I guess I can say this. She's consistent. She has the same message, the same plan, the same response to everything when she's asked this question.
It is unbelievable. It's like a defendant in a criminal trial that has been taught and coached up by the attorney to just plead the fifth to every question. That's basically what she has done. She has given you a scripted word salad. It's a 2-page script. She memorized it like she was studying for the bar exam, and now she has gone out and she just regurgitated it no matter who asks her, where they ask her, at what time, on what platform.
It's the most important question of this election, hands down.
Yes.
And she has a scripted answer that you hear the very beginning and you just you like anybody with the attention span that most Americans have hear that, and within 10 seconds they tune out.
That's correct.
And that's the point of it. That is the point of it.
Unless you're now this is where I think you have to be fair and objective. It's October 1st. Unless you haven't been paying attention. And it's the first time you hear that.
Yep.
But everybody else that has been paying attention knows it's a crock.
Yep. Phil, can you continue, please?
That child care center was actually owned by a woman who lived 2 doors down from us, Mrs. Shelton, who was, by all of our accounts and feelings, our second mother. She helped raise us. And so she was a small business owner. So I'll start with the small business, and congratulations on what you guys have done. I, from a child, knew who our small business owners are, right? I mean, you're business leaders, but you're also civic leaders. You take seriously your voice and how you can mentor, how you can grow, right? Communities and the sense of communities. I love our small businesses. And so a lot of my work in terms of building and growing the economy has focused on small businesses. And my vision overall is we need to build an opportunity economy in which we increase opportunity for all, including small business owners. So a lot of my work, even in the Senate, was about increasing access to capital through our small businesses, and in particular through our community banks. So I've been responsible for billions of dollars more now going into our community banks, because they're in the community, and then they know who's in the community and where the talent is and who's doing good in the community, what the community wants.
Wow.
It's the community Venn diagram.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, so let's just forget partisan politics for a moment. Like, if you're advising her after this again, does maybe this is why she has a 92% turnover rate with her staff, because she says, I don't want your input, I'm going to keep doing my thing. But I would sit there and say, Kamala, for the record, the other side continues to shred you when you go on this community word salad of children in the community that are raised by the community with community banks and community leaders of small communities because they're in the community. Like, you got to stop doing that. You sound like a butthead. Like, change it up. Like, that's what I would tell her. And I'm available for consultation, $10,000 an hour. Jesus. But that's fine. Hopefully it costs her the election. But, there's and the worst part is every now and then, if I post something about like those word salads on social media, I'll get that one person that says, what is so hard to understand about this? Where did she lose you? And I'm like, wait a minute, where did she have you at?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, if you actually listen to the substance of it, there is none. It's just, it's tautological. It's just one big circle.
Which is why you hear abortion, more and more abortion. And it's why if you watch, so I always monitor, CNN especially. So Van Jones, what are his talking points? Van Jones is, and it's getting nasty on there where he is saying how racist it is that they're talking about the Haitians and eating the dogs. And it's all about what's with the Haitians. And that's why that issue is, to me, that it's just unfortunate that in that one debate, Trump said something he saw on TV, and that is a dying issue within this current election because it's such a distraction.
It's definitely going to come up tonight, by the way.
It will come up tonight.
100%.
And if J.D. Vance, he needs to set the record straight. And that's why I fact-checked it earlier today, and I've continually done that. We've tried to do that, but this is a losing issue to conflate the issue of what's happening with the recent ICE report, which is legit, and what's happening in Ohio is that's a separate issue.
Say it with me, folks. EBW, economy, border, war. Economy, border, war. Hammer those, plus inflation and energy, you win the election, or at least you should.
These are Sacramento, California residents. They're Kamala Harris supporters. They were interviewed by, I'm not sure who it was, maybe MSNBC, and they say they give all their discretionary income to the Kamala Harris campaign. Got 12, Phil, go.
Addie Sackler traveled from Sacramento, just happy to be in the same city as the vice president.
I've been donating nonstop to her. Like weekly, and then I'll do it again because I believe it.
Let's freeze it right now, Phil. We got to go back. We got to freeze the video.
Addie Sackler traveled from Sacramento.
Right there. Folks, right there.
Oh boy,
that is the Kamala Harris supporter. You say, I don't see Kamala fans. What do they look like? Where are they? That right there. Liberalism is a disease, folks. It's a mental health crisis, and this is like, is that Where's Waldo? What? So it's California in September with a snow hat on.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
And as always, the glasses. The glasses dead giveaway.
She has a. It looks to me like a lip tattoo.
Yeah, like a kiss
on her neck.
Yes, and big earrings. Now, normally the earring goes in the nose. That's usually the TikTok giveaway for a mental health breakdown, but this is on television. Okay, we can continue. Philip?
Just happy to be in the same city as the vice president.
I've been donating nonstop to her. I've like weekly, and then I'll do it again because I believe.
Yeah, I think that's the end of it.
Right.
That's the end of it.
So it's bad enough that you have to live in.
I hate clips from Twitter because they always cut off mid. Yeah.
So Sacramento, California, I'm not sure how expensive, but it's probably not as expensive as San Fran, LA, or San Diego. But California is expensive enough just off the top. And you're taking whatever little disposable income. Did she say she's giving it to her weekly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, any discretionary income she has, she's sending it to the campaign weekly.
Yeah, you do what you want with your money. I've never given $1 to a politician, and I never will. Giving all that money to Kamala Harris. How do you give your money to somebody you don't even know what their platform is based on? How do you do that?
It's just the anti-Trump vote. That's all it is.
Oh,
That's
my
all
God.
it is. That's all it is. I mean, you can. Let's talk about discretionary income for a second, shall we? Because apparently the economy is not as bad as we thought. Because this guy bought a signed Taylor Swift guitar at a live auction for $4,000, only to destroy it.
Oh.
Cut 13, Phil, if you can. This is more visual, but you can play the audio. Cut 13, Phil.
Okay. Guess we don't need the wall hanger.
Oh, no. Oh. He just hammered out $4,000.
Yeah, he bought the Taylor Swift guitar for $4,000. By the way, which is, I think it's a pretty cheap price for a Taylor Swift guitar.
I would think.
He bought it for $4,000 and
you're the music
smashed
guy.
it.
Is that a nice guitar? I don't know what brand is that. Do you any idea?
I have no idea, but it has Taylor Swift stuff all over it.
Let's do a poll question on YouTube. What would you rather do with your money? Give it to Kamala Harris or smash a Taylor Swift guitar? I would say both are bad investments.
Yeah. By the way, you asked about San Francisco, their cost of living.
Yeah.
23% higher than the state of California average, 71% higher than the national average.
Oh, my God.
Housing is 187% more expensive than the average across America.
You know, I've got to reach out to my old boss when I was doing sports. He now runs the sports station for Odyssey in San Francisco. I just got to go. I'm going to ask him if I can go through his financials. Boss, I just did a little reconnaissance here for work, a little show prep. What's it like out there, man?
Dude, that dude took that San Francisco sports station and turned it completely around.
Oh,
so
I know.
Whatever they're paying him is not enough, in my opinion.
When we talk about the cost of living and income meeting the cost of everything out there in the economy, we were just talking about those dock workers. You said Indeed has it at $13 to $20 an hour. I mean, what would it cost? So, without revealing any details, I mean, what would it take for you to move out to San Francisco and afford?
Nothing.
Is there a dollar amount that you would do it?
I think to me it has nothing to do with the politics. Honest to God, hand to God, it has nothing to do with the politics. I think San Francisco is so overrated. I think it's so overrated.
See,
the weather sucks.
I think it's beautiful.
No, guys, it
was a beautiful city.
No. Again, nothing to do with the politics. The weather sucks. It's just like even in the summer, it's 70 degrees there. You know what I mean? Like the weather blows, and you couldn't pay me enough money to live in San Francisco.
Right.
That on top of the fact that it costs $1 million just to live there.
What about LA?
Oh, I would live in LA in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I love the weather in LA.
And San Diego, I'm assuming
absolutely,
the same thing.
absolutely.
Yeah.
San Francisco is just completely overrated. It really is.
See, I could do it for the weather with all three of those cities, but whether it's cost of living, throw in the politics, and then throw in awful sports, I would be the only thing I would enjoy out there is playing golf, and eventually that wears thin.
Yeah. Is that where Pebble Beach is? No.
Yeah, Pebble Beach is somewhere else. It's not too far.
But. Okay. you asked the Kamala Harris supporters. This guy, this is one of the white dudes for Harris. And Nick, you mentioned the Schmedium shirt yesterday.
Yeah, they all wear the Schmedium.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this, gentlemen. This is cut 14, Phil. It's more visual, Nick, if you want to describe it for the people driving to work. You can't. Phil, cut 14. There we go.
There it is. White guy, early 60s, crew cut, little gray goatee, Schmedium shirt, tucked in.
Dancing around, right?
Dancing in his kitchen or something. White dudes for Harris because they want to save democracy, as the shirt says. Like, what is this?
I don't know, but he's...
So, he can feel it coming in the air tonight. Shirt actually doesn't feel... I've seen tighter.
Yeah.
Although tucking a t-shirt into dress pants is an odd look. Okay. Yep. So that right there, folks, the two ladies that donate weekly to Kamala, and then the dude in the Schmedium, right there is the male and the woman out there that will vote for Kamala Harris.
Yep.
If you put that man and then the two women on a billboard and said, what encapsulates the Harris Walls sector, their base, that's it right there.
By the way, so San Diego, you talked about California weather. San Diego, the southern end of California, which is this huge state. But you mentioned Pebble Beach. That's way far north, up by Monterey and Carmel.
Monterey
It's
Peninsula.
way up north. It's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also a fortune to live at.
I said it was by San Francisco. I thought it was in San Francisco, but it's close.
Yeah, I'd rather live in it.
It's a drive. It's a hike. It's further north.
I'd rather live in San Diego.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The further north you go in California, the less interest.
Oh my God, Northern California is gorgeous.
I know it's gorgeous. But I want the weather of Southern California.
I would live in like Napa Valley because you get some
beautiful
warm
you
weather.
won the lottery.
It's just San Francisco with the bay and stuff like that. It's just the weather sucks. Right. It does. I was out there for a week. It rained most of the week.
I mean, unless you're a millionaire, why would you move there?
Yeah.
Right? And even then, you're like, well, wait a minute. My million doesn't go nearly as far.
Yep. So with all of the remnants of Hurricane Helene, Donald Trump went to Georgia yesterday, made a statement about the Biden administration. Cut 6, Phil, go.
The governor's doing a very good job. He's having a hard time getting the president on the phone. I guess they're not being responsive. The federal government is not being responsive, but they're having a very hard time getting the president on the phone. He won't get on, and of course the vice president, she's out someplace campaigning, looking for money.
Now, to be fair, Kemp said that Biden called him Monday night. So,
But I think it's about optics, and which is really the interesting dichotomy here is for an administration hell-bent on visual optics and identity politics. This is the second time, I mentioned this earlier in one of Dawn's newscasts, Trump was out to East Palestine, Ohio, before either Harris or Biden. And you could say, well, Ohio's red. You expect that. I think that jurisdiction voted 73% Trump in the 2020 election. But again, we talk about the importance of North Carolina and Georgia. And by the way, Kamala Harris, if you want to win Georgia and you don't want to go to where Trump was, well, Atlanta's kind of a stronghold for Democrats.
Yep.
Why are you not doing an appearance in Atlanta? She did a 5-minute phone video Zoom presser yesterday from FEMA in Washington, D.C. She got up, she walked out, she didn't answer any questions.
No, she spoke to the FEMA people.
Yeah, I was watching it.
She was briefed.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I watched her do they interrupted the 5 yesterday. She did it. She sat there, gave a pre-prepared speech. It was about 5 or 6 minutes. And then she got up, and as she's getting up, you hear the assembled media in there, Madam Vice President, blah, 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 and she just keeps walking out.
Cut 5, Phil. This is Kamala Harris on Hurricane Helene saying we will do everything in our power to help communities respond and recover. Cut 5, go.
And I'm here to also talk about where we are based on the briefings I have been receiving over the last couple of days. I have received regular briefings on the impact of Hurricane Helene, including from Administrator Criswell. And over the past 24 hours, I have spoken with Governor Kemp of Georgia, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, and many local officials.
There you go. Yeah. Biden then gave a hurricane response update saying he will visit North Carolina on Wednesday. Just curious, why? I mean, Trump got down there yesterday. Why does it?
Harris, I remember almost verbatim yesterday, she said, first and foremost, she does not want to interfere with the first responders on the ground.
Gotcha.
She's basically, she was saying, I want them to be able to do what they need, and then we will be with them, quote, I think, every step of the way.
Let's just fact check this back in. I remember Shepard Smith covered this for Fox.
Well, there's a name.
But this was, the Bush administration, and the media ripped Bush when he didn't go to, and I'm forgetting which, was it Louisiana? Was this Katrina?
Yeah,
I believe it. And it was horrible.
Kanye West got on that thing and says George Bush does not care about black people.
Remember
Do you
that?
remember that? Yeah.
And that was 2 days.
Yep.
2 days.
Yep.
George Bush, was there surveying the situation, and they said he was racist because it took him 2 days.
Yep. Joe Biden gave his response saying he'll visit North Carolina on Wednesday. I said that already. Sorry. Cut 7, Phil, go.
With federal support, the state has reopened 220 roads, which are going to help responders reach people and get the support they need quickly. Right now, thousands of federal personnel are deployed in your communities, supporting search and rescue, debris removal, power restoration, and getting cell networks back online so folks can connect to their loved ones. We deployed 30 Starlink receivers, and we're 10 more on their way to Western North Carolina. And FEMA's on the ground supporting the communities and registering people for disaster assistance. And talking to the governor, it's going to take a while, right, Gov? It's going to be a long time. And there are thousands of line workers working around the clock to help get power back up in North Carolina. Additionally, Governor Cooper and I have spoken about my traveling to North Carolina and to survey the damage as soon as I can without taking resources or diverting resources on the ground. And we're going to stay as long as it takes when we get this thing going.
So you heard him mention Roy Cooper there. That's a state where it's a red state. It's a state that Trump has won twice. But if you look at the polls, Kamala Harris is very, very close in North Carolina. And we know that North Carolina is uber critical to Trump and his bid to get back in. So you would think if you're Harris, you immediately get to North Carolina, a red state with a Democrat governor.
Yep. A reporter asked Joe Biden, in retrospect, he wished he had spent the weekend in Washington instead of Delaware. Cut 15. At least he took questions, unlike Kamala. Cut 15, Phil, go.
In retrospect, do you wish that you had more resources in North Carolina, knowing what you know now? And do you wish that you spent the weekend here in Washington rather than in Delaware?
Come on, stop that game. We're in Delaware. It's 90 miles from here, okay? And I was on the phone the whole time working on that. And the resources, the question is not whether we get more, this is a list of every resource we're getting in there, but the question is how to get it in. It's hard to get it from point A to point B. It's hard to get it if some of these roads are wiped out, communities are wiped out. There's no ability to land, there's no ability to get trucks through, there's no ability to get a whole range of things through. So, I mean, anyway. When I sound frustrated, I am.
Yeah. Oh, he's sitting there. He looks like he just got done writing his Sunday sermon, right? He's got that little podium thing, that little raised thing. And you know what? At least he's there actually responding to a question. Whether or not we like the response or the tone of it is not relevant to the fact that Kamala Harris does not take answers. But he says getting from point A to point B. That's called transportation, right? Where's the transportation dude, right? Where's Mayor Pete? Every time the S hits the fan, this guy's nowhere to be seen, right?
Well, he's doing debate prep.
I was just going to say, he's helping.
Yeah,
remember with Walls.
Yeah, he's the mock Vance. He's a putz.
So, Trump, while in Erie, Pennsylvania, Sunday, had ripped into this administration and said that they should have been on the ground. But I didn't see him yesterday. Yesterday, when he was in Georgia, I heard him saying that this, tough election should should not, that this situation should not be politicized. So I don't know when did he talk about one of the governors not being able to contact Biden? Was it over the weekend? I was trying to look at that timeline.
Okay.
And so apparently he did say that at some point, and that's why.
Who, Trump?
Yeah, Trump.
Trump said it yesterday, but Kemp had already said in a statement earlier that he had talked to Biden the day before.
Okay.
So I saw part of a piece where Trump was in Georgia with Reverend Graham and others, and the Good Samaritan charity, and they were bringing in truckloads of water and gasoline and help for people. They set up a GoFundMe. But Trump in that speech, I thought was good. And he talked about, hey, this shouldn't be politicized and that sort of thing. So I don't know when or why or what was his sourcing. Who told him that one of the Republican governors couldn't get a hold of the Biden administration? Mm-hmm. That's really unfortunate because it sounds like it's not true.
It's not true.
And so
Kemp said it wasn't true.
So who told Trump that?
855-839-12.
Right? I mean, but that person should be fired.
Yeah. Well,
You had to throw a jab.
Sorry. No, I'm just sorry.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
If somebody's giving a former president who's on the campaign trail and they're giving me disinformation and saying, oh, yeah, they're having a tough time getting a hold of them or something of that nature, then you're fired. That's horrible. And it's unfortunate because he made a public statement later in the day that said this should never be politicized. Obviously, he realized that he had misinformation.
All right. Coming up top of the hour, we'll get to a Dawn Stensland Big Three, and still 3 stories to get to, from Kamala Harris's PA problem to her own party saying she's underwater in Michigan to what might happen to Netflix as they go political. We'll get to that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
October 1st, I think of all the, 1-day or 2-day trips that our family takes, especially during fall, sometimes for football, sometimes to see our beautiful fall foliage, beautiful time of year. So if you're hitting the road or just, heading out from place to place, you got to make sure that you check into my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're going to help make sure you and your family are safe out on the roads this fall. These service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance needs, but they can also diagnose possible issues before they can happen, before you hit the road. So schedule that service appointment online today. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. 800-290-7100.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
I heard the sound of voices in the night.
8:47, it is Kayal and Company. As we roll on, it is a Tuesday morning, October 1st. We have turned the page. Say it with me, everybody. We have turned the page to October, and it is VP Debate Night in America. As coming up tonight at 9 o'clock, you can hear the television simulcast between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. CBS News will have the television coverage, although I think it'll be simulcasted on Fox News and other news outlets as well. And we will continue to break that down. We've been covering that all morning long. We'll get back to that in the 9 o'clock hour with Kamala Harris, both from a Pennsylvania and Michigan perspective. Not great news on either fronts, and we will give you the details as to why. And we'll get a Dawn Stenzel in Big Three as well. But also, just to wrap up the hour, I didn't know that this was a thing until I saw the story in the New York Post. But apparently the CEO of Netflix came out and endorsed Kamala Harris. And since doing so, Netflix cancellations have nearly tripled after the co-founder Reed Hastings endorsed the vice president. I wanted to just give you a couple of these quotes and numbers here, which is interesting. So Netflix, according to the New York Post, account cancellations soared in the days after co-founder and chairman Reed Hastings endorsed VP Kamala Harris and also donated millions to her presidential campaign, according to reports. Though the streaming platform usually has the lowest churn or rate of cancellations in the industry, its rate nearly tripled in the United States after Hastings' endorsement, that according to the researcher Antenna. Scores of customers in the U.S. canceled their Netflix subscriptions at a rate of 2.8% in the month of July, which was higher than any other month this year, according to a report from Bloomberg. Subscribers, they say, likely axed their accounts en masse because the streaming giant killed its basic plan, which was its lowest priced ad-free option in the same month. Still, cancellations soared unusually high in the 5-day period following Hastings' endorsement, even considering the spike in July. He said, quote, "Congrats to Kamala Harris. Now it's time to win," Hastings wrote in a post on X. Then, the information reported Hastings had donated $7 million to an anti-Donald Trump Republican PAC in support of Harris, to which Trump supporters got wind of, and they slammed the donation and turned to social media to call for a boycott. Some online users falsely claimed that Netflix itself had donated the millions to Harris. It is unclear what, if any, substantial long-term impact the cancellation will have on Netflix's business, but the short-lived Netflix boycott is reminiscent of some of the social media-led campaigns against companies with DEI initiatives. So I actually, last night when I saw this story, I went and I looked at the stocks of a lot of the media streaming companies. as somebody who's in kind of the media content distribution business, I always try to keep a track of like what these stocks are going for. So Netflix is $702 a share. It's staggering. $702. Meta is at $578. Spotify $368. Apple $233. Amazon $168. And then you look at Google, $165 a share. And things like Paramount Plus are going for $10 per share. I would say that when you look at streaming, Netflix is the juggernaut of all juggernauts. Just based on stock prices I just gave you, you can see that and come to that conclusion. Why? Now, I don't know if this will have a massive impact. Probably not. But if you're Netflix in a day and age of cost cutting, and oh, by the way, like once you cut Comcast or Verizon Fios or whatever, when we just moved to our new place, I called both of the big providers, and it was like I'm talking basic. It was like $164, $225 a month. I'm like, you're out of your mind. So we got YouTube TV, but my wife still has Amazon Prime. She still has Disney Plus. She still has Netflix and Peacock. So like we're paying $80 a month for YouTube TV, which is a great deal. But the other ones, you factor them in, I'm still paying like $130, $140 a month. I would argue Netflix is they're so good they can't possibly ever screw up. I don't understand the point of any founder or CEO publicly coming out and saying what you're doing politically.
Me too.
Why would you do it?
I agree with you.
Makes no sense.
It's because they need, everybody has this impulse. Everybody has this need. That's why social media is what it is. Everybody has to put every stupid thought they have online. And like I am the CEO of Netflix, and what I say matters, and people are gonna.
Everything needs to be on Twitter.
And he's gonna tank his company doing what he's doing. If I'm one of the shareholders, I'm like, get this guy the F out of here.
That's a good point.
Because he can't control himself to say, like, who cares who you're voting for?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Nobody cares about your political beliefs. I don't care if he was MAGA or pro-Kamala. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
All I want to do is open your app and binge watch Stranger Things.
Thank you.
That's all I care about.
Thank you.
Well, that's just it. I was just looking because I'm like, do we still have Netflix? Right now, they don't really have, until Stranger Things comes back. They had The Crown. They had Narcos, which I watched with my sons. We loved it. But what do they have right now that is, there's nothing really that I'm crazy about until Stranger Things comes back.
Yeah.
So that also hurts them.
By the way, watch The Perfect Couple on Netflix, Dawn. It's
really?
It's Nicole Kidman and Liv Schreiber. Very good.
Oh, really?
I mean, we're 2 or 3 episodes in. It's one of those like murder mystery things.
Oh, I like
love
those.
I love those murder mystery things. It's mindless. You can sit there on a Friday night, which is the only night my wife and I can watch TV, and we can have a drink and watch it, and it's a good way to relax.
Yeah, there you go.
But to that point, like you're going to alienate half the country.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Republicans stream your service too.
No matter what you say, you're going to piss off half the country. Stop doing it.
Literally getting political is probably the only thing Netflix can do to hurt their bottom line.
Did he say it on Twitter?
Yeah.
Like, why does he have a Twitter account?
Yeah.
Like, why?
Does he not listen to Greg
Thank
Sacker?
you.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Oh, God. These guys, and I'm saying it to you, too, as well. You can tank your career on social media if you say the wrong thing. Stop it. Just stop it. Say the wrong thing here. At least you'll have a reason. And you're going to say the wrong thing. Say it on these airwaves.
And you'll at least be able to put it in context and defend us.
Yeah.
Right, Greg?
Yeah.
Right? You'll do that, right? You'll defend us. You'll fight for us to the death, right, Greg?
I mean, I've said
Dawn, right? He's
I've said for years. I've said for years to both of you, all of you, including Rich Zioli, stop putting things on Twitter. I'm not going to be able to defend you.
Just remember,
I can defend you if it happens on these airwaves.
Just remember, Dawn, last week at the meeting, this is the lineup I see for the rest of eternity. I love these people. I'm going to fight with Nick and Dawn.
Unless you guys say something stupid, and I can't, then, my hands are tied sometimes.
I might delete my account tonight.
Thank you.
Please do. I'm going to pour a cold one, and I'm going to think about it.
All of you. Dom, Rich, everybody delete their accounts. Thank you.
Dom only posts the side poll question, the side topic of the day. That's all Dom's Twitter is.
Yeah, it's what
he does what you ask.
He's doing it for the right reasons. Thank you. Sponsored.
Hashtag ad.
Yes.
All right, coming up next, we get a Dawn Stenzel in Big 3, and then Kamala's Pennsylvania problem, why identity politics might come back to bite her in what used to be Biden country. The details on the other side. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Hey, it's Nick. Recently, I visited my friends at Piazza Mazda in Westchester to check out the 2024 Mazda CX-30. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engines pack a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist led the 2024 CX-30, earning a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online, piazzamazda.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you tired of relying on caffeine for a quick energy fix? There's a better way to revitalize your body from within. Introducing Oracine by Rescue Natural Supplements, the cellular energizer that helps your body produce its own natural fuel. Say goodbye to daily fatigue and hello to lasting energy. As a bonus, Oracine supports heart health, optimal blood pressure too. That's why you can't miss out on this exclusive radio offer. Buy 1 bottle of Oracine, get another absolutely free. Simply use the code FUEL when you place that order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Be sure to use that code FUEL, F-U-E-L, for this buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Oracine. Remember, use the code FUEL at res-q.com today.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, pool area getting swampy? Visit GardenStateEarthworks.com, your drainage solution, 856-848-4444.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Longing for thick, healthy, gorgeous hair? Say goodbye to shedding thin and dull hair and say hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume from New Nordic.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sign says long-haired freaky people need not apply. So I took my hair under my hand and I waited to ask him why. He said, you look like a fine, outstanding young man. I think you do. So I took out my hand, I said, imagine that, me working for you.
9:02. It's Kayal and Company. Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Dawn show coming up about an hour from now. We'll find out what she has on tap, what occurred today in music history, your voicemails.
Yeah, voicemail.
Yeah, baby. More of the cut sheet, part 2, bottom of the hour, morning mystery movie clip, and also we're going to get to Kamala Harris here in Pennsylvania as well as Michigan as I continue to get good vibes about Donald Trump's chances. Of course, tonight, VP debate at 9 o'clock between Vance and Walz. But before we get back to that, let's get to some of the news. Let's find out what else is going on out there. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9 this Tuesday morning, October 1st. Looking at what's happening. So, number 1, we have a new policy at the mall. The Willow Grove Mall will have a new parental supervision policy for visitors 18 and under starting today.
Interesting. Took my daughters there last fall.
So, under this new policy, any visitor under the age of 18, so obviously 17 and under, will have to be joined by a parent or legal guardian who's at least 21 years old, Monday through Saturday, starting at 5 p.m. and on Sunday, starting at 3 p.m. The policy applies to the Willow Grove Park, not just the mall, the parking lots, the garages, the mall walkways, and any corridor leading to the shopping center except stores with outdoor entrances. And so that also affects people taking public transportation, I will add. So mall security, they're saying they are going to enforce this policy. So if you don't show ID, if you can't prove with ID, they can boot you out. You can be charged with trespassing.
Wow.
You know, I always
strict policy.
Yeah, I always look at this from two different vantage points. You have your big chain corporate stores, but there are, the mom and pop stores that still exist in a mall, even though it's a dying concept because the rent is astronomical. But you know what? I don't blame the malls for doing this. I mean, even when malls were a thing in the 90s, and even when I worked at one in the early 2000s in college, when I worked at Foot Locker, the amount of people that are in a mall that have no intent on buying anything, and I'm not just talking about window shoppers, but and this goes across the spectrum of demographics of age-wise too, from the young punks that are there on a Friday night doing nothing. Remember back in the day, like when Stalker would go to the arcade at the mall and he'd have his little beanie on and his skateboard and causing issues.
Why are you cornering me out?
I could totally see that from you.
100% happened.
Yes.
At the mall you worked at.
Hey, yeah, exactly right. And then you have, and they're not bothering anybody, so don't take this the wrong way, but, you have the older mall walkers that are in there getting their exercise. I used to just look around and be like, all these people here, and nobody has a damn interest in buying a single thing.
I think it's a shame. I'm looking at this the other way, that we can't trust. I mean, think about like what you just said, Nick. When we were growing up, malls were a staple. That's where we hung out. You know what I mean? There was nothing else to do.
Yeah.
So we hung out in the mall. Our parents used to drop us off. We used to hang out there, and it was a source of fellowship. I guess you know what I mean. And now you can't even trust kids to do this stuff.
And I'm not
It's sad.
saying bad foot traffic killed malls. It's direct to consumer merchandise that killed malls. There's no reason to go to a mall when you can have it dropped off on your porch. But you're right. It is sad that it's come to this.
Yeah.
There's a nostalgia to malls, is there not? I go into a mall every now and then. I'm like, the glory days.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of over that. I go into malls. I'm just like, okay, let's get what we need and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't like. There's a lot of nonsense in malls anymore. Like malls used to have good shops, and now I don't know. There's just a bunch of crap there.
Well, I mean, and think about how bad that must be, because these little knick-knack crappy stores, they can't afford to pay the rent that they're being charged.
Yeah.
And they're probably not given a discount compared to if a K Jewelers would set up shop in there. They don't have the kind of cash flow to pay for that.
JK13 on the YouTube chat says that the Plymouth Meeting Mall was the first indoor mall in the country. Is that true?
I don't know. I only live 5 minutes from there. I've been there. That's a ghost town.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a ton in there, right?
No, a lot of vacancies. Willow Grove is in much better shape. Obviously, King of Prussia is the crown jewel.
Well, the Moorestown Mall, I think during COVID, they used it as like a, like you could get shots and stuff there, right? I don't know.
Well, but even King of Prussia, Dawn, you've had stories in the news for 2 years about the accidents and the violence and the crime that is all the way out in King of Prussia.
Yeah, smash and grabs, especially at remember the Gucci store? And even though they have a security guard at the door and they only let so many people in at a time, they had people assault those security guards and grab stuff and run. They've had attempted carjackings. And I think for Willow Grove Mall, they've had some crime and attempted carjackings. And remember that the young girl, she was 12, 13 years old, and the guy tried to grab her, and she fought back, thank God. But I think they've had some incidents where they want to keep people safe and make it more family friendly.
Right.
And so this is an effort to say, hey, you come in the mall, we have security, and we're going to keep families safe and prioritize you.
Yeah. But it's got to be more than Paul Blart Mall Cop, right? You just can't have, with all due respect to mall cops. You got a guy looking like Chris Christie walking around. Who's he going to deter?
It's a sin.
I mean, you think of the malls in this area that are still King of Prussia,
you want to
Willow Grove.
Yeah, you want to take your daughter for a pretzel and a Dairy Queen Blizzard? You can't do it anymore.
Are there any malls, Morristown Mall, are there any malls still open in Jersey?
That's a good.
The Macy's. Where's that one? It's right over the bridge. Cherry Hill.
Cherry Hill's still open.
Yeah, I think they're still.
There's one in central Western Jersey. Bridgewater Mall is a very nice one, or it used to be. There you go.
Yeah, the Plymouth Meeting Mall that you mentioned, they've tried to reinvent themselves with. They have Shake Shack now. They have a lot of different food places.
Well, that's what the Lehigh Valley Mall did.
Yeah.
On Route 22 there.
Workout centers.
Yep.
Right. You try to add
And
all
then
those
Dick's.
little outside spots, and try to get the foot traffic to go inside. Then,
and it still has Boscov's, which is one of the only privately owned shopping centers in the country. By the way, is good old Boscov's still survives.
Good old anchor store.
I know.
Love me an anchor store.
Number 2, where do I go? Former President Jimmy Carter turning 100 today. Happy birthday, making him the first American president to reach triple digits.
Not an octogenarian.
No, 20 years past that. Sorry. As we've learned at 607.
Yes. So served in the White House 1977 to 1981 and revered for his post-presidency, not during what happened while he was president, but really respected as a person, as a human being, championing human rights, brokering a still standing peace treaty between Egypt and Israel.
We talked about this earlier this morning, the way the media flipped on guys like Romney and Cheney and Bush.
True.
Isn't it funny, though? It goes the other way as well, because we've also talked many times on this show how Jimmy Carter is the worst, or Joe Biden's the worst president since Jimmy Carter. But now all of a sudden Jimmy Carter is 99 or he's 100 years old, and we don't really talk about how awful he was. We talk about his life post-presidency. It's interesting as we get close to our expiration date, how all of a sudden people on the other side of the spectrum, they lose their piss and vinegar towards the other party. I don't know if that just shows the humanity and the human side of all of us or what it means, but I figured we would point that out.
I think it's just the media. Anybody who goes against Trump, they love.
Oh, of course.
Everybody loves. It's
Right.
just an anti-Trump thing.
But even like this morning, even you're like, oh, Jimmy Carter, nice man. Does it sound like you want to pet Jimmy on the head here? You have a soft spot for Jimmy?
Me?
No. Yeah, yes, you.
No, I think, he's the first president to reach 100, and I think he's, remembered fondly as, he and Rosalind, as far as life, marriage, all of that.
What's the age? What's the age that people reach that everybody's just like, oh, he's a good guy?
Yeah.
They could have been sons of bitches their entire life.
That's my whole point here, yeah.
But once they reach whatever that age
like
is.
97.
They're always like, oh, he was a good man. Was he?
I'll go once you become an octogenarian, a legit one in the 80s, I think. But here's the ultimate litmus test. If Donald Trump lives to be 96, does anybody ever take the gas off on Trump? Or will Trump see this until he's dead?
Yes.
Trump will see this after he's dead.
It's true. It's absolutely true. But I mean, that's what they tried to do to Biden in 2020. After years and years and years of being a political, SOB.
Yeah. Now he's just G-pop.
Oh, he's pop-pop. He's like a grandpa.
Yeah.
It's like, when did this happen?
Yeah, you just sit on Pop-Pop's lap while he sips a scotch and watch the ball game.
What's the age? 855-839-20. What's the age that people get to?
I think it's in the 80s.
No, I think it's got to be 90s.
Or when you become no longer seen as a political threat.
Oh, that's true.
Like once you lose your memory, like Joe, you look at Joe and you're like, an old fuddy-dud at this point.
What's also the age where you get to where you stop giving a you-know-what? Like you can just walk down a crowded
31?
A crowded aisle. And
That's when I stopped giving an F 10 years ago.
Let one go, and
yeah.
It's just like, oh, it's that old man over there. He's just I'm serious. There's an age where you just don't it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, well, it happens for some of us at younger ages.
Yeah.
So I was looking at health news. It's sort of we have a lot of health news. So number one, we're Breast Cancer Awareness Month. As we begin October, breast cancer continues to rise among younger women. There's a new study talking about that. There's a new study that says that in the United States, researchers are investigating potential human-to-human bird flu transmission. Here we go with the bird flu. And number three, if you have any utensils, kitchen utensils like a spatula or a spoon, and they're that black colored sort of plastic kitchen utensils or toys.
Yeah, the one my wife used last night making our turkey and rice combination. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that one my wife used to slap me upside the head.
Well, that too. I've got a point to make, but I'll let you finish.
But they're saying, or they can be used in children's toys or takeout containers, grocery meat. Sometimes it's like on that meat plastic tray. They're now releasing new information, and this is an alert that they have alarming levels of toxic flame chemicals that are intended as a flame retardant, but these chemicals can leach into the product. Mm-hmm. And this is a new study saying this. And so that they're very concerned about this, that they can leach into the product and cause all kinds of problems and disease because and they're also hazardous as far as they could catch fire.
And this is just so I'm correct with this is the black plastic ones, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's anything that uses that whatever, black plastic, but they have the highest blood levels of these contaminants, these chemicals that are cancer causing.
I didn't know.
Throw away the black spatula.
Right. I've always said to my wife, why are we not using a metal one?
Right.
Why are we not using a wooden one? And by the way, so we had this like ground turkey with rice and vegetables and garlic, this real healthy like thing, and we have enough leftovers that we could last for 2 weeks. And
turkey doesn't last 2 weeks.
I know it doesn't, but just the sheer volume of it, it's like a 7-pound drum she made.
I'm throwing that out in 3 days.
I'm going to eat it in about 2. So she's making it last night, and I'm looking at all the utensils. I swear to God, Don, I go into the utensil drawer. Forks, knives, spoons, mixing. We have enough stuff for 13 households in the neighborhood. We got to throw it out. There's just too much of it.
You throw away any black plastic,
Yes.
just throw it away.
And then, of course,
Do the purge.
The black plastic one that she's using, she decides to use it to scoop the turkey and rice to serve it on the plates for me, Olivia, and Mia. And the spoon is this big. I said, get a big ladle. It's gonna take an hour for you to scoop that out. What are you doing?
Wow.
Don, you ought to see what goes on in my kitchen.
See, now, I will say this about my husband. He's wise enough to not critique me on the use of my serving spoon.
Now, truth be told,
because he likes being served.
If you're in the living room and you're watching TV, or if I'm getting ready for work and I don't notice, I won't notice. I won't say anything. But I was starving last night, and I'm sitting there staring over her shoulder, and she's scooping it out, and it's like a bite per scoop, and I'm like, it's gonna take her 9 minutes to fill my plate up. Oh my God. Get the big one out. Who cares?
Put your patience cap on.
Well, it's gonna take up more space in the dishwasher. Who cares? That's what it's for.
You've been waiting to get this out for 4 hours, haven't you?
Oh.
You're like, thank you, Dawn, for bringing this up.
Look, I might not know the difference between 100 and an octogenarian, but I know spoon sizes.
And I guess you're no little spoon. Wasn't that the SNL bit?
Oh,
Nick, 2 years in an apartment, and now all of a sudden, right? You got to readjust, dude.
I'm telling you, you think Kamala's good for cooking? You put Kayal and Kamala in a kitchen for a cooking segment, that'll be a debate.
Oh, man.
I'm so glad I triggered that.
Oh.
The bottom line is throw away all those black spatula things.
Point being, prevent cancer. Thank you.
Racist.
No, it's the plastic and the chemicals in it. Okay. That's Kayal and Company, or Kayal and, what do we say? That's the big three.
That's the big three. Sounds good enough to me.
It's the big three, and we need a bigger spoon.
We're going to need a bigger spoon and a bigger boat. All right, coming up next, morning mystery movie clip time, followed by the big, What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 as we continue. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and we need bigger spoons.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Howard Eskin here, and as you should know, my friends at Jack Daniels have always made whiskey. But there's one thing Jack can't make more of. That's moments. So let's make sure we're making the most of every moment. Whether today's the day you try that thing you've always wanted to do, or you're just going to sip a glass of Jack and catch up with a friend. Make it count. Jack Daniels. Please drink responsibly.
Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020. Jack Daniels, all rights reserved.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out, because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Duty. It's Kayal and Company, 922. Rolling on here on a Tuesday morning. Debate night in America, Veep style. JD Vance, Tim Walz. Come on down. Let's see what you got. Working class kids, stolen valor, weird. It's going to be on full display tonight. I think JD Vance wins. The only question is, what impact, if any, will it have on November 5th? We'll find out. 855-839-1210. We'll get to Kamala Harris and the PA problem that she has. But first, our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What are you doing in a place like this?
What are you talking about? Place like what?
A place like this. Swimming pool, jacuzzi.
What are you talking about? I'm spoiling myself rotten. Oh, you mean the construction is going on? Yes, I'm very embarrassed about that. What I'm trying to do, though, is just confine myself to the other 5 bedrooms. I'm used to compromising my lifestyle.
You've stolen this house.
My uncle's house.
Is he in rock and roll?
No! Will you go put your trunks on and get in this pool?
I want you out of this pool and out of this house in 7 minutes.
It's amazing.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of tickets to see comedian Brian Regan on October 18th at the Miller Theater in Philadelphia. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie clip, you're going to see comedian Brian Regan coming up just 17 days from now, October 18th, Miller Theater in Philadelphia. If you don't win them today, you can try again the rest of this week or at Ticketmaster.com if you would like to purchase them. So, final story of the day, and I thought this was pretty interesting. You know, every now and then Politico puts some stuff out there, and, you know, they certainly are a left-leaning organization, but, you know, I don't know, 20, 25% of the time, they will point out the flaws of a Democrat or, point out where Trump is doing well. And I thought this was interesting because Pennsylvania, as we know, could determine the whole ball of wax. And the article from Politico is called Kamala Harris's Pennsylvania Problem. And they went to Scranton, Pennsylvania, which, is Joe Biden's, stronghold, so to speak. And they talk about how he was, America's second Catholic president. Yeah, he comes from an Irish Catholic family. The famous line of him at that coffee shop where he says, "I'm Joe Biden and I went to St. Paul's." And they talk about it. It's a long form story, but just a couple of highlights. They say the greeting, an echo of the old Catholic habit of identifying oneself by church parish, was Biden's homage to the parochial nature of Scranton, home to one of the nation's highest concentrations of white Catholics. Biden's local ties and his cultural roots helped lifted him to victory in 2020 in Lackawanna County. But now, as Democrats battle for the state with Kamala Harris as the nominee, their chances of winning in the region or performing well enough to carry the state are looking considerably dicier. It's not just the loss of Biden, an older white Catholic man with an affinity for the working class, from the top of the ticket that worries local Democrats. It's the cultural dissonance with Kamala Harris, a Californian, a woman of color who has spearheaded the party's post-Dobbs abortion messaging. And they go on to say that while Biden isn't wildly popular in Scranton, he is considered a native son, and he is viewed through a nostalgic lens. So I do think that's very interesting that, in this, reincarnation of the Democrat Party with the obsession over identity politics, that it could be identity politics that's Kamala Harris's undoing in the most important swing state of all the battleground states. And, I've been to Scranton maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. Certainly have driven past and through Scranton. I think I went to like a wrestling, like a WWE wrestling event in Scranton once. I've been out to like Wilkes-Barre, the King's College and that whole area. What is that, off of Route 81 or whatever it is? But I've never really spent any time in Scranton. But if that is, if we think about, generally speaking, Philadelphia and Allegheny County are blue and everywhere in between is red. You have to look for little pockets. I think Northampton County will be very interesting. Bellwether County, Bucks County for sure. But, if we're talking like a 1/10 of a point, am I out of line, Dawn, by thinking that, if Trump takes Lackawanna County or does much better than he did against Joe 4 years ago, that could be the deciding factor in the state if we're talking like a 1/10 of a point?
It could be, especially when you consider that there's not this energy or excitement, reportedly, here in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And so will people just stay home or not be energized? That's the real question. So will you have people in some areas who are energized for, let's say, Trump? Will that be offset by people in cities in more metro urban areas where they're like, I'm not really excited about it. What have they done for me lately? And will we see that happening? And that's the big question.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania remains the mystery.
It does. And we know with the way Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin, the other 2 of the 3, I call them the Big Ten swing states, they all typically fall in line, which leads us to this last little anecdote. I saw this from Axios. They had a scoop that said Democrat Rep. Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan warns that Kamala Harris is underwater in the Wolverine state. That, according to internal polling for the Democrats, where she told donors last week, as she is fighting for a spot on the Senate, that according to their internal polls, and this is in a video clip obtained by Axios, that Harris is underwater in Michigan. Now, some of the polls show it's very close. I've seen Kamala as low as up 1 point in Michigan to being up 2 or 3 or 4 points. The 538 average polling has her up 2.4 points in Michigan. But the quote is, quote, "I'm not feeling my best right now about where we are as a party on Kamala Harris in a place like Michigan." And this was said in a virtual fundraiser last Wednesday on Zoom with Democrat from New Jersey, Senator Cory Booker. So if that is the case in Michigan, if what we just talked about with Kamala Harris in Scranton and Pennsylvania is an issue, again, it always comes back to the big take full circle. Think about this, what we played for you. That was, I believe it was Kay, I forget what her last name is, from BBC. She was in the clip I played for you from CNN, where she said Democrats are looking at Pennsylvania right now like they do Ohio and Florida. Now, I'm not sure that I buy that. I certainly think Pennsylvania is much more winnable for a Democrat than it is Florida or Ohio. But with what they're hearing and what they're reporting, Kamala's not in great shape. And if you look at some of the polling, a lot of people have said, well, what's the advantage? Is it D+7? Is it D+? You look at all the different crosstabs and all the different little factors that go into these polls. And one thing we know, in 2016 and 2020, Trump outperforms polls. So I think if you're looking for more good vibes, I think you might find them in Pennsylvania and in Michigan. Although Michigan, I really wouldn't worry about it. Take Carolina, take Georgia, take PA. 3 of the 7, you get to 270. All right, I think we have our winner here. We've got Kevin in Bucks County. Kevin, what movie clip did we just play for you, buddy?
Good morning. That would be Beverly Hills Cop 2. And to the caller, Frank, yesterday, don't worry, man. I got your back. GregStockardDoesSuck.com.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Woo!
But you can't use does in the web address. It's just Greg Stocker.
Well, I can add it. I can buy that.
Okay,
I also just picked up white fragility sucks.
Kevin, congratulations. You got the tickets.
We love you, Kevin.
All right, we'll come back and we'll get to what's on the cut sheet. Part 2. It's next.
Gerhardt's Appliances has what you need to be tailgate ready this season for the Birds and the Fightin's Pennant Drive. Whether it's the in-home appliances needed to prepare your famous Kelly green pepper casserole before pregame, or the barbecue grills you'll need to fire up the last of your sausage links in the parking lot before kickoff or first pitch, Gerhardt's has you covered with the best game day deals on appliances, helping Philly sports fans get the season cooking since 1945. Visit Gerhardt'sAppliance.com.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-224-8517. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-224-8517.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-224-8517, or go to oxcarcare.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you procrastinate another summer on getting that old AC unit replaced? Or maybe waited another winter to replace that ancient furnace? Well, stop procrastinating. Now is the time to replace that old AC unit or furnace because our big rebates available. Big ones, up to $2,600 rebates. We've got Pico rebates, manufacturer's rebates, Electrical Association rebates, and more. At Marvin E. Cans Inc., we are rebate experts. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and like great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that.
Oh, it was great. This is the third time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyer.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
I'm John Oran, Puck's sports correspondent, and I have a new podcast called The Varsity, where I will take you inside the executive suites and owners' boxes that run the entire sports business. Twice a week, I will bring on the smartest people I know to break down the hottest topics in sports media and give you a window into the inside conversations that are happening throughout sports media. So be sure to follow and listen to the Varsity Podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, we are at work. I'll be out of work in 22 minutes, and the Dawn Show will be at the top of the hour because she works longer than me and harder than me because unlike Greg and I, she's a trooper.
What do you mean? We all work hard.
Yeah, I'm working hard. I'm here.
He has to go.
How dare you?
Believe me, I would rather do 12 hours with you all than have to go in those meetings. Greg has to endure.
I'd rather live stream my life like the Truman Show than be in a corporate meeting like Greg has to be in.
I couldn't take that.
My life, like I can feel my life just slipping before my eyes.
That's right.
As I'm doing it. Yep. I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore. I am.
There you go. All right, let's find out what's left over. It's What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. So, Peter Doocy asked the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre about the people in Western North Carolina who are drowning in their houses this weekend, and President Biden being at his Delaware beach home. This is kind of what Trump was alluding to when he spoke yesterday in Georgia. Peter Doocy at the White House press briefing yesterday. Cut 16, Philip. Go.
Helene. People in Western North Carolina were drowning in their houses this weekend. Others were losing everything. President Biden was at his beach house, and Vice President Harris was hosting political fundraisers on the West Coast. Is there a reason that they could not be here?
The president did exactly what a president in this moment needs to do, which is directing his team to take action. One of the reasons that the FEMA administrator was here in this room on Thursday is the president wanted to make sure that we were sending a message out to folks who were going to be impacted by the hurricane, and also wanted her to share how we were pre-positioning on the ground. Remember, these are folks who do this type of stuff. When you think about FEMA, you think about the Red Cross, you think about the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. This is what they do. This is what they do. And so the president was on the phone. He said this when he was asked a question by one of your colleagues for more than 2 hours yesterday with governors and local elected officials, making sure that they had what they needed. You heard me talk about Governor Kemp and what he said to the president himself. He said this and shared this in a press conference, that the president has provided and said, what else do you need? And he actually said to the president, we have what we need. So, and that's, as you know, a Republican governor. And I talked about how the vice president also did her calls. She's going to be going to the FEMA agency and the center to get her briefing later this afternoon. The president is continuing to have these conversations with folks on the ground, elected officials on the ground, to make sure that they have what they need, and directing his team to keep pushing.
Yep, and we played you a clip of Kamala from FEMA in Washington. I watched we played that for you, by the way, in the cut sheet part 1. I watched the entire 5 or 6 minutes that she spoke, and then she didn't answer any questions, and then she immediately walked back out to prepare for whatever that she needs, days on end to prepare for. Yeah, it's like my wife getting ready for the night on the town with dinner. She's just preparing. Like, she's not like, are we ready to go yet? I'm still preparing. Okay, what are we preparing for? We've been together since the Civil War.
I think Nick had a bad night last night.
I know.
Reading,
but you know what?
Reading through the lines here.
No, it was actually a great night. It was a beautiful night. Great dinner. Kids went to bed early. I sat back. It was a great night. No complaints. But you know what's amazing to me is Trump yesterday looked like the sitting president. Did he not? I mean, when you're in Georgia yesterday and you're there on the ground, you're not sitting at your desk like Joe was in the Oval Office or wherever the hell he was. You're not sitting on a flight jotting down notes on an empty sheet of paper like that stage photo op that Kamala tweeted out. And you're not doing a 5-minute scripted response where you're not taking questions. Like, if people want to take Kamala Harris seriously, did she come off serious and prepared yesterday? Donald Trump was on the ground in Georgia like he was finishing up his first term, like he's the acting sitting president. I'm sorry, for an administration, and I said this earlier, for an administration hell-bent on optics, the optics favor Trump.
Speaking of Trump, he was on the ground yesterday in Georgia. We hear this, everybody talking, Biden said it, about Starlink being hooked up. And for people that don't know, that's all Elon Musk.
Yeah, they shut that down, right?
Yeah. This is cut 17, Phil, where he spoke to Starlink and speaking to Elon and because these towns and areas need places for ways for these residents to communicate. Cut 17, go.
People that do this for a living and do this at least to help, and they said they've never seen one this bad. Valdosta has been ravaged. The town is very, very badly hurting, and many thousands are without power. They're running low on food and fuel. We brought a lot of it down with us. It's going to be distributed now or soon throughout Georgia, as well as North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, Alabama, and Tennessee. That's our big one. And the devastation wrought by the storm is incredible. It's so extensive. Nobody thought this would be happening, especially now it's so late in the season for the hurricanes. Homes, hospitals, highways, and cars have been plunged underwater. Entire neighborhoods have been turned into lakes. Nobody's seen anything like it. And to every family that's been displaced here in Georgia and North Carolina, which has really been hit, we were going there also, and they don't have communication. They don't have anything right now. We're trying to. I just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get Starlink hooked up because they have no communication whatsoever. And Elon will always come through. Hey, we know that.
I said this yesterday, but it's worth repeating again. You talk about communication. This is why paying attention to that story about saving AM radios, especially in cars, is super critical.
Yes.
Because in situations like this, the AM radio comes in handy.
There's a CNN story, and don't poo-poo it. There's a CNN story about the importance of AM right now in North Carolina because people are calling in. They're being able to communicate with loved ones. They're being able to say, hey, drop-offs for this here. It's literally a lifeline. This AM station in Charlotte, North Carolina is literally a lifeline for these residents to call in and kind of talk about what's happening, what's on the ground in the community. Thank you, Nick Kayal, for saying that. Yeah. That is the importance of what we do, and God bless that station for doing what they're doing.
Yes. And the octogenarian references are just a bonus.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, we'll get to your voicemails, today in music history, and what is on tap for the Dawn Show. It's all still ahead.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace the windows in your home, now's the time.
Right now at Window Nation, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, you could save big with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. These days, everything in Philly costs more. But a single line at Verizon doesn't. Get one line for as low as $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while coffee is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. And dinner for two has gotten pricey. Verizon, less pricey. Logan Square rent, that's not coming down anytime soon. But Verizon, down. One line for just $50 a month. Limited edition sneakers, through the roof. One line from Verizon, through the floor. That designer golden doodle, so much more, but Verizon, a fair bit less. Even a good old tried and true hamburger will cost you more. But with Verizon, the same tried and true service is now just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome. With auto pay plus taxes and fees. Point is, in a world that is always costing more, you can get more for less right now at a Philly Verizon store.
$15 promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 9:51, as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. The Dawn Show is coming up in just about 9 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up momentarily. But before that, what occurred today in music history? Well, let's find out.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Tuesday, October 1st. So last night at the Sellersville Theater, Mike Tramp of White Lion was there. What a great show that was. Of course, I was there. Here's a short clip.
Wow. Look at that.
So Saturday, I was at the Stevie Nicks show in Hershey. It was, of course, the makeup show from June 15th. Another tremendous show. And yes, I do like to have a social life. Both shows kept my 14-year streak going of seeing shows better than the garbage the NFL has trotted out during the halftime of Super Bowls since 2010.
Yeah.
Yes, the last time there was a good Super Bowl halftime show was The Who in Miami. The reason? Rock trumps all. Now, back to the Stevie Nicks show a bit.
Yeah.
Here's about 45 seconds of Edge of 17
Let's go to the tape.
from Saturday night in Hershey.
Nice. Cool background things there too.
Guy's doing his own cut sheet right now.
I like it. She still sounds great, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Love her. I'm so jealous.
For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Look at that. Phil, just like sometimes like the big take, you let the audio do the speaking, right?
Love it.
Nice
Love
work
it.
out of you, Philip. All right. Let's find out what's on tap at the
He's tired, Dawn.
He's tired. He was having the fight with the wife over the spoon.
Damn spoons, Dawn. Those damn spoons. See him in my sleep. What do you got lined up?
Hey, we have a lot developing, so we're going to update you on all the breaking news story real quick off the top, and then we're going to get to Stacey Garrity. So she is Pennsylvania's treasurer. She just this is a huge job, one of the big three in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, up for re-election. Why Governor Josh Shapiro just gave her a huge boost. So you'll hear from her. We will talk to Carolyn Levitt, one of my favorite spokespeople for the Trump campaign. So she'll talk about all things Trump as far as him in Georgia yesterday, where he's campaigning next, and upcoming Butler, PA on Saturday, but as well getting a preview of tonight's Veep debate. All of that and so much more. A new tick-borne disease right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I'll tell you about that. We got some great health news as well.
All right, Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. Enjoy the debate tonight. You can hear it on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT at 9 o'clock, and we will break it all down for you tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is